Good morning. How's everybody doing today? I'm doing okay. I am here. I was up way too late again last night, but you know, there's that. My sister's cat wanted me to get up and like let her sleep on the bed. And I was like, no, this is my bed for the next 30 minutes. I still have this. I still have this in my name for the next 30 minutes until my alarm goes off, okay? She wanted to like lay on the bed. I'm like, no. This is my bed for the next 30 minutes. Poor cat. Poor me. You're trying to get me up at like 6 a.m. I let one of them out in and out in the span of like 3 times in the span of an hour between like 11 p.m. and 12 p.m. Stupid cat. Anyway. But yeah. How's everybody doing? How's your weekend going? It's so wild. I don't know. Time always moves so fast. I always plan out a week and then like it feels like it's already done. So quickly. Okay. Let me get the game opened up here a minute. But yeah, plan for today. I'm just waking up. I got caffeine water near me. I'll be fine. I'm sipping on that and I'm sipping on that and I'll wake up here in a minute. Like I said, I stayed up till midnight at least, right? Yeah, we're probably gonna get to that today because I think that's between Heaven and Naoto, right? Because what are the major events? We have the physical exam, I think, soon after the Naoto deadline, and then I think it's the beauty pageant. I think Golden adds the music festival kind of thing, the music like the little band thing that they do, and then you have the start of the Heaven dungeon, right? So I think that's the series of events. Although we won't have the musical thing, so more time to hang out with people. Hopefully we can get Naoto maxed out or close to maxed out in Social Link before the Heaven dungeon. We'll see. At the very least, we have enough academics and courage to start hanging out with her. Yeah, we probably won't get to the Heaven dungeon today, but we probably will tomorrow. Alright, it's a Monday. Alright, let me go and... Oh, I don't know. I already did P1 and P2 playthrough like a while ago, chill guy. Like a couple of years, like a year or two ago now. I did, I played through P1 and P2 a while ago. Did the Snow Queen route and everything too, so. I don't know. Maybe, if they re-release the game or if they, do a remaster of it or something, I'd play it again, but I'm not super... I don't know. Probably be a while before I get around back to P1 or P2. I don't know, I guess technically I played the PSP version. Could like play the original PS1 version at some point, but honestly it probably wouldn't be a more fun experience than the PSP version, so. I mean, if you'd like, the old streams of the PS1 and the PS2 playthrough is up on YouTube, so. Could hang out with Naoki, yeah. I don't know. I think they'll just port the PSP version to, like, newer systems and Steam at some point. It's pretty easy to do, and, yeah, we could hang out with Naoki, or we could hang out with the Temperance social link. Let me just double check over at the school and see if there's anybody else who wants to hang out. It's not a holiday, right? No, it's not. Okay. I didn't think it was. Yeah, because we're all caught up on party members, so it's just hanging out with other people. I have a few, I think 3 social stats maxed out. Yeah, understanding is rank 4, diligence is rank 4, everything else is maxed out. I'm getting there. If we max out understanding, we can finish the Fox social link properly. Hey, cool trot. And we can start the tutoring social link if we want. Diligence is just for fishing, which, to be fair, there are some things that are pretty good from fishing that I'll want to get later. But that's not until November or December. So we have plenty of time to go fishing on like some rainy days or whatever. Let's see. So do we want to hang out with Naoki, or do we want to hang out with the Temperance one? This would increase our understanding some, and it would also give us some money. I like money. Is there a reason there's no music in the shopping district? Not sure. It's just how the game is right now. Oh. I mean, this is... I've got all the party members maxed out. Got Dojima done. Working on Nanako. Fox is pretty much done. We just need to max out our understanding to fully complete it. But we've got all the quests done. Everybody else is kind of low because we've been mostly working on... Well, except for the nurse, I guess. Mostly been working on the party member social links, so I guess I should probably work on some school ones right now because the midterms are coming up and nobody's going to want to hang out at that point. So yeah, sure, we'll do the Hangman one. We'll do Saki's brother today, sure. Let me just look up his responses and then we'll grab a persona for him real quick. And we're at rank 3. Okay. I don't know. I mean, I'm just gonna, you know, keep moving and grooving. Gonna keep, like, trying to work on different social links and stuff. It's not like I'm gonna... we still have a ways to go. We still have 3 dungeons left. Because we have the Heaven Dungeon, we have Magatsu Inaba, and if we're doing the true ending, there should be 1 more left. Does OG P4 have third personas, or are they Golden exclusive? That's Golden exclusive. That whole, like, January month is Golden exclusive. And even with Golden, you don't get to do that month unless you have Marie maxed out, if I remember correctly. Otherwise, it just follows the same timeline as the original P4 does here. I know that they announced that P5X was going to come out in the West, but I don't think it has yet, from my unless I'm misremembering or I haven't been keeping up on that properly. But I think that's the case. It hasn't come out yet. So after we beat Final Dungeon, we're done. Yeah. We don't have the Marie Dungeon. We have the, like I said, we have Heaven, Magatsu Inaba, and the final dungeon for Izanagi. Izanami, I guess. We're over halfway. Yeah, we're definitely over halfway. About 2/3 the way through, I'd say. Because we have our last party member now of Naoto, right? So it's just a matter of, like, getting down there to, like, the end game. But there is a pretty big gap between, Naoto joining a party and, the start of the Heaven Dungeon. Because Heaven Dungeon doesn't start until November, and it's currently the start of October right now. So, we've got, like, a whole month of, like, midterms and, like, some other in-game events. So, but that's good. It'll give us a month to work on social links or whatever, and the Naoto social link and everything. So, yeah. Yeah, the only one we haven't maxed is Naoto, obviously, but we'll work on her as much as we can before the Heaven Dungeon. We'll see how far we get. Yeah, but that's not bad. It's good that we're on the we're getting down there. Now that we're on the second half, we're counting down rather than counting up. Because Ride Out comes out this upcoming Thursday. So, you know, once this is done, we'll hop over to that and try that out and see how that goes. Yep. I'm gonna be late to it by a few weeks probably, because like next weekend we're probably gonna get to the Heaven Dungeon. So even if we do like one dungeon a week, I'm gonna be at least like 2 weeks late to that, probably 3. We'll probably get this challenge done about by the end of the month. Start Ride Out next month, probably around there.
Oh, hi.
Hey, how's it going?
Yes.
You came here with Naoki, who has finished helping his parents. Then Messiah made up an excuse for why he was late and said, the wind was really strong. The teacher got really pissed. Shut your eyes, all of you! He yelled and started scolding us. But no one knew why we had to close our eyes, so it was really awkward. After scolding us, he starts class and yells out, who wants to answer? I know! Messiah answered the question. And Messiah says, I can't see the board with my eyes closed. The teacher lost it right there. And the class became a free period. Naoki is laughing like he's having a good time. Oh, dude, you should do this one time. You told Naoki a funny story about an embarrassing moment of your own. Oh, the last time I went bowling, and this is partially why I don't like bowling anymore, I got too far out on the like thing there when I went forward to throw the ball, and I slipped and landed on my ass in front of like my entire family and extended family. Really? Oh man, that's hilarious. Naoki is overcome with laughter. I feel like it's been a while since I laughed. Naoki's expression looks gentle. That child, remember? The liquor stores. Kyonishi-san's son, right? Their daughter was killed. Poor thing. A psychic on TV said their ancestors committed some sin. I heard their store faces the Northeast. That's what's bringing in all this bad luck. But that boy looks cheerful. You'd figure he would be sad. That's pretty cold of him. Siblings are close in age, aren't that friendly to each other. My son and daughter are... Naoki is biting his lip. You're not gonna say anything? It's okay. Naoki shrugs. Yeah, probably because he's not in the school. You have to kind of go out of your way for him. Those roving eyes are always around somewhere. I'm used to it, though. Seems they're not satisfied unless I look like a victim. That's why it's been so long since I've talked to anyone about stupid things and just laughed. It's fun. Naoki smiling cheerfully. You feel your relationship with Naoki is still grown still deeper. The Saki brother social link has reached level 3. Alright. I do like Naoki's social link though. It is a good one. Dude, it's gonna be so good when all of this is voiced by like an actual professional voice actor and like not one guy trying to like just read out dialogue all by himself. That's gonna be so nice, man. It's gonna save my voice too. Dude, I can't. One reason I don't want to stream the Phoenix Wright games is I've tried doing that before. 4 hours of yelling really takes a toll on your voice, man. It really does. It's a lot of dialogue, man, especially with like the interrogation scenes and stuff where you've got this dude just yelling on the stand for like 30 minutes straight. They're fun games though, for sure. I don't know, maybe I'd just like not read out all the dialogue, or maybe there's a version that has actual voice acting at this point since they've re-released it so many times. I'm sorry. I probably made you feel uneasy, huh? Let's go home.
I'll see you again.
You parted ways with Naoki and went home.
Oh, welcome back.
Good to be back, Nanako. Let's see. It's a Monday. Can't hang out with the nurse. I guess we just go upstairs and work on our understanding a minute. Can't hang out with Nanako, so. Yeah. Yeah, we just ranked up understanding last time we read the book, so it's probably gonna be a minute. If we are diligent about it and we keep reading our books as much as possible, I think we could probably rank up our understanding to max. Probably a little bit before the Heaven Dungeon. We'll see how it goes. But how much of those 2.5 liters of water do you think we lose by sweating on average, of course? Probably like a liter. Oh, only 0.5. Okay. About 1.5 liters of water leave your body through waste. About 0.5 liters leave through breathing, and 0.5 from sweat. So you lose water just from being alive. See why it's so important to drink it? Yep, stay hydrated. I especially recommend that you drink water after exercise. Well, that's it for today. You're dismissed. Okay. I don't know why. I don't really need to reload at this point. Our knowledge is maxed out, but... A rainy day. Oh, I forgot to get the bait yesterday. Ah, whatever. Let's just go fishing. See if we can catch a guardian or something. But yeah, when P5X comes out, Cool Trot, I think probably what I'm gonna do, or at least comes out in English, I'm just gonna... I think I'm going to play it on stream for like a weekend, and then probably not too much more. Maybe we'll jump into it every once in a while if there's like a new event. I could do some like pulls on stream or something. I don't know how much I want to play another gacha game. I've played quite a few of them at this point, and I'm trying to start to like wind it back. Like, I'm thinking about like uninstalling all of them from my phone. I'm thinking about quitting one that I've been playing for a while, and I've got one that I'm playing only for like an event collab thing that's coming up for like DMC in that game. So I'll probably stop playing that one as much once that collab is over and I have the characters I want. So Yeah, I'm trying to pull back from gacha games some, so try and like covering a gacha game can be a full-time thing for a channel. And I really don't want the channel to become that, to be honest with you. But we'll try it out. We'll see how it goes. I think it'll be fun for like the first weekend, and then after that, like we're gonna start getting time gated by like leveling up and like doing your dailies and everything. And I could still do some of that like off stream, and then like I said, we could like check out new events or something on stream every once in a while. Like spend an hour on it at the start of like a stream of a different game or something. But I don't think I want to like, you know, spend a ton of time on it on stream. But we'll check it out when it comes out and we'll see how it goes. This is a bigger one. Ah, missed that. Come on. Come here, you. What do we got? Oh, huge fish. Nice. I think I want a few of those. So, I guess at this point, doing the math, the most I need is 3 huge fish and 1 or 2 guardians. 2 guardians. I need 2 guardians and 3 huge fish. Obviously, you can still use them for healing items. But if I want to turn them in for items, I only need that amount. The huge fish I can turn in for good armor for the girls in the late game. In like December. And the 2 guardians I can turn in for the... oh shoot, I messed that up. Ah, whatever. It's not a big deal. And the 2 guardians I can turn in for the sword for the MC that gives him more XP. So he could wear the armor and the sword that gives him both plus 50% XP, which would be a total of 100% and like fast track Pixie to like level 99 or something fairly high. Finish maxing out the MC's like level and, you know, making him fairly tanky and everything. So the other thing I should do is, I think once the Heaven Dungeon is unlocked and we've rescued Nanako, the next time it rains, like towards the deadline of the Nanako thing, I think I should probably go into the TV world and try and farm out some drop items from enemies only available on rainy days. I'd prefer that to be a Friday stream thing, but we do need to catch up on some of that stuff. There's some pretty good, like, accessories or like weapons and stuff we can get from Dodera if we farm some of that stuff out, so yeah. It's very funny that like you can get that weapon for Yosuke that gives him like 100 SP. It's like, and you can get it like super early on. It's like basically the best weapon for him for like months. Oh, I forgot to check if INA wanted to hang out. That's probably fine.
Oh, welcome back.
Oh, Tanaka's order came. Oh, it's the sticker one. Okay. Is this the deadline then? No, it's not. Yeah. We can't hang out with Nanako. Let's see, it's a Tuesday. I don't think we can hang out with anybody, so let's just go fishing again. Yeah. At some point, I guess, if we do get the fish that I need for the stuff for the equipment or whatever from the old guy, we can stop fishing and I don't know. Maybe just spend the time reading or whatever. There's no bonus to like any social stats for reading or studying on rainy days in this version of the game, unfortunately. So it's not like we could read tonight and like get extra understanding or anything. Which is unfortunate, but it's not a big deal now because we've got our knowledge maxed out already, so I don't know. In some ways, the getting through the social link stuff is easier in Golden, but in some ways it's a bit harder, I feel like. Just because there are more mandatory events, but I guess it does compensate with a whole extra month of January if you do Marie's stuff, so. But I feel like we're doing pretty good on social link stuff. I've been pretty happy with it. I don't think we'll get all of them done, but I'm pretty happy with the amount that we've been able to do. It's the fact that we're already maxed out on most of the party member social links, and we've got a good, like, we started at least most of the social links in the game. I think the only one we haven't started at this point is the tower one, the tutoring one, which, to be fair, it would be good to do that one, I think, for trying to get certain skills. I have to look into that a bit more. I think my best bet for making the final version of Pixie, there is a day next in-game month in November where any personas made with a magician persona get a random electrical skill when being fused. So that would be a good day to, like, try and fuse a new Pixie, because we'd be able to get a random extra skill on Ouroboros and Jack Frost, and then we'd also be able to get an extra random skill on Pixie, which would be very big. That'd be very nice, especially if we, like, kept re-rolling it until we got something like Zeodyne or something. That would be really nice. So I think that that's the day I'm gonna shoot for. There's a couple of days where I want to make some other personas. So, for example, on the 16th of October, which is this current month, if I make a persona with Justice and Priestess, they get Repel Fire, which is obviously a skill I want to put on Pixie eventually. That or Absorb Fire, but Repel Fire is plenty fine, I think. So, Repel Fire, and then Garuda gets Spellmaster on the 25th of this month, if I make him then, which is a good way of getting Spellmaster. So there's some fusion I want to do. We also have to do some fusion for Margaret, but we're getting down there. Okay, didn't get too much there, but, you know, it's a good use of rainy days. Midterms are starting on Friday next week. Okay. The green pigment ages? The green coloration is caused by chlorophyll. As it ages, the leaf's true color emerges, yellow. People think that leaves turn from green to yellow, but what you're actually seeing are their original colors. Though the color changes in maple leaves is a very different process, but that's more Miss Kashiwagi's field. So the original color makes autumn more beautiful. That's pretty crazy. Well, thanks. You know what I should do before I forget too much? Yeah, we can do that now. I should change the colors a minute. So, let's just change this one to like an orange. Look at a nice orange. Yeah, that should be good. Okay. Trying to change the boundary, like, border colors to represent, like, what part of the game we're in. It'll make editing for me easier later, too. Because then I'll be like, oh, I know what part of the game we're in. When I'm, like, looking back at, like, stream recordings and stuff. Because I'm probably not going to replay the original version of P4 anytime soon. So, if I ever need any footage for the... any footage of this version of the game, this is, you know, where I'm going to get it from probably. Let me check the INA, see if she wants to hang out. Nope, okay. Fair enough. Anything else we should be doing on rainy days? Not really. I think we're good. The only other thing I can think of is maybe we should go and try and send in more of those stickers if we have enough. But I think I've been pretty diligent about sending those in for, like, different healing items and stuff from Tanaka. Honestly, it's kind of worth buying something from Tanaka just for the sticker sometimes, since the stuff that you can get from the 3 sticker rare item combo is pretty good. La la rain. Oh yeah. Hello. Hi. How are you? Even on days. Yeah. Okay. We've already heard this a couple of times now. I'm waiting for dialogue to change. Probably will after heaven or something, or pretty soon here, right? So. All right. Let's just head over and fish some more, I guess. Fish, 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 fish. Deadline days are good days to go into the dungeon, by the way. Even if you don't need to, they're good days to do so because you can't do anything at night anyway. So, kind of get rid of the downside. Plus, they're always rainy. So, you can get access to the rainy enemies and like the drops from them. So, would generally recommend it. I'm not going to because I don't want to spend a bunch of time on that today. I just want to keep moving through the story right now. I'm pretty sure today is the deadline for saying Naoto, so pretty sure on that. Oh, it's a big one, I think. No, it's normal size. Okay. Mm-hmm. Oh, got one. This is a big one. Yeah. Still no guardians, but that's fine. Yeah, if I need to, I'll, like, reload until I get, like, a guardian or a huge fish in, like, November or December or whatever. Right now, we've got plenty of time, so whatever we get is fine. Let things take their natural course. Honestly, yeah, because we can't even trade in the items until December, so. For the things I want, anyway. Can at least get some chest keys and all that stuff, so that's not too bad.
And now the weather. The week ended on a wet note as rain clouds moved into the area. As a result, a thick fog is expected to form in the Inaba region later tonight.
Seems the fog will set in tonight. Yeah, because huge fish restores all of an ally's HP. Okay. I can't remember what guardians do. I think they might be a Soma. They might be all of somebody's HP and SP. So they're pretty good items, so. Yeah, I will, Iroquois Snake. But I'm gonna be a bit late to the party on that one, because I'm still working through this. It comes out this Thursday, I still have the Heaven Dungeon, the Magatsu Inaba Dungeon, and the final dungeon to do, so it'll be a few weeks before I get to it. But yeah, I'll play it when I get done with this. Yeah, I had already planned on playing this even before they announced when the Rydar remaster was coming out this year, so it just worked out the way it did. I don't know. It's a bit disappointing I won't be able to play it right on release, but it's whatever. It's not the end of the world. Okay. Who's ready for the Teddy physical? Meanwhile, in the foggy shopping district. Because I think that's the event. Damn it! Again?
Are you feeling better now? Yes, thanks to all of you. I'd like to thank you once again for what happened.
Don't mention it. But hey, your uniform.
Huh?
Oh, she's still wearing the guy's
yes.
uniform.
After contemplating the matter, I went with what I've been wearing thus far. There's no need for you to...
Hey, it's the Detective Prince. That's no prince. I heard he's a she. Huh? You serious? If he's a she, then... oh, crap!
What?
Kinda disappointed. But then again, there's something neat about it. Yeah, if you look at it a certain way, doesn't she seem pretty cool?
My, rumors spread so quickly.
We've got your back. Don't worry about it.
Thank you. But it doesn't bother me at all. There's no need to worry on my behalf. So please, treat me as you did before. That aside, I'd like to discuss the case with you all. We're dealing with a kidnap and murder case perpetrated by someone lurking in this very town. And it isn't over yet. Let's go over the finer points after school.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, like a month or so ago, I think right around the time I was about finishing up SMT4, I did like a whole schedule for like the year. And then like literally the day I was going to present that schedule, it'd be like, here's my tentative plan for the year. They just like said, hey, by the way, Rydar remaster. And I was like, oh, great. Okay. Well, so yeah. What are you talking about? This is the same VA as are you thinking of Chie? Because this is still the same Naoto as from Golden.
First, I heard the doorbell ring. But when I opened the front door,
I think you're
I
thinking
saw
of
no
Chie.
one there. Just as alarm bells sounded in my mind, someone grabbed me roughly from behind and covered my mouth with something.
Because Naoto has the same VA here as Golden, and that same VA did the P4 anime English dub. Chie is the one who has had at least 3 VAs at this point, and we still don't know who the original VA is technically. This one here. Because Naoto still has the same VA. From P4 to P4 Golden, I think. And she's also the one who did the animation dub.
Immediately afterward, I was put into something like a sack, and most likely carried on the culprit's shoulder.
Wow, how could you remember all that?
The culprit seems to have used a chemical to incapacitate me, but luckily I wasn't completely unconscious. I had been expecting a trick along those lines, so I was somewhat prepared. And of course, I was desperate to gather as much information as I could.
No wonder you're an ace detective.
That ain't something to be proud of. You are too damn calm about all this.
Judging by their actions and body type, I'd say the culprit is definitely a man. I heard no conversations or voices, so I believe he is acting alone. It's after that things get murky. I felt a single impact, which I assume is when I was thrown inside the TV. But the time from kidnapping to that point seemed too short. It was a matter of minutes.
So you were immediately thrown inside the TV after being kidnapped. Oh, could there have been a TV on the side of the road?
Regrettably, my memory from there on is a blur.
I see. But man, the killer came right up to the door and rang the bell? That's just crazy.
I finally understand why you all testified that you couldn't recall much of what happened. Such a bizarre experience, with mental and physical fatigue on top of it. It's only natural to be confused. And going by the surrounding circumstances, my kidnapping and everyone else's were near identical. There is no question that the culprit is the same in each case.
Well, I mean, sure. Kind of.
So that Mitsuo boy who said he killed King Moron?
Everything makes sense now. I can't say for sure until I gather more concrete evidence. But Mitsuo Kubo's only victim was Mr. Muraoka. It was a copycat killing that mimicked the true culprit's method.
No wonder King Moron's death broke the pattern in so many ways.
The question remains, though, as to how Kubo learned of that world.
That's it! That's what was bothering me. Mitsuo could enter the TV, right? Then why didn't he kill King Moron that way?
Unless he got thrown in
I
too.
understand the other world as well as the true culprit. Even though I can now enter it myself, it wouldn't occur to me to use it for murder. And remember, the previous corpses left no sign that their deaths had anything to do with the other world. After Kubo became wanted, leaving him with nowhere to run, he probably thought for the first time, what if I put my entire body into the TV? The bizarre condition of the corpses that caused such commotion is probably because they died on the other side. It's a simpler explanation than figuring out why the killer would risk disposing of the bodies in such a way. Which means their inexplicable condition of being hung on a foggy day wasn't due to the culprit making a statement. Much of our speculation could be tested if we could ask Kubo in person. However, I've unfortunately been taken off the investigation. And I highly doubt that the police will believe any of this.
They wouldn't admit that it wasn't Mitsuo in the first place. Once you've said something on TV, it's not easy to admit you were wrong.
Yeah, from my understanding, for what you were saying, I was just double checking this on IMDb, Jeppo. It seems like Anna Graves is the one who did Naoto here. And from my understanding, she is also the same actress who did P4 Golden and the animation. I could double check that. Let me see. So let me find the animation real quick.
I believe the primary cause of my dismissal was because I raised that possibility to them. The police won't readily concede that they made false charges, all the more so if the accused is a juvenile. In fact, the overwhelming sentiment with the police force is to end this case with his arrest.
even if it's possible there's another killer?
Weird. Why does it say for 2 episodes that Mary Elizabeth McGlynn did it? That's weird. Because there's Romy Park again. Well, Anna Graves is at least accredited on Persona 4 originally for Naoto. And Mary Elizabeth McGlynn is accredited for the animation. So is it a different person? I'm confused. I thought it was the same person, but then it also says only for 2 episodes, which Naoto's in the game, or in the anime, for more than 2 episodes. That's weird. What if I search up Anna Graves?
Those dickheads. I had a feeling that would be the case. Not that I trusted him in the first place.
No? Yeah, it's not showing it. Maybe she has got a different VA then.
Naoto,
At the very least, it
if
seems
you were
like...
that calm when it happened to you, couldn't you have, you know... I'm not saying you should have caught him, but isn't it kind of sad for an ace detective to go down that easily?
Okay, so here's what it is. You are correct, and half not correct from what I can tell on Naoto's VA. So there's an article from 6 years ago talking about that the original VA was confirmed to be Anna Graves. And then I guess they got somebody else to do it for the anime. And they just reused her voice acting for Golden. And then they got somebody new to do it, starting with P4 Ultimax and Shadow of the Labyrinth. Okay, so you were kind of right. We know who the... at this point, we do know who the original P4 Naoto is, so it is a different one. Okay. But it's just not different than Golden. From what I can tell. Unless it is, but I think that's just the same... Yeah, I think it's just the same, like, voice acting. They just didn't change it out.
To tell you the truth, I was really scared. I'm sorry.
It can't be helped. None of us could resist the culprit either. Don't forget, Naoto-kun is younger than us, and she's a girl.
Oh yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting when I see her talking like this.
No, Romy Parr, yeah. So, Anna Graves did, they just reused her voice acting for Golden. Okay. That's what it is. Interesting. Alright. So, this is Anna Graves for this, and then they used the same voice acting for Golden. And then they had a different person do the animation, or the anime dub. And then they had somebody else do the Persona 4 Arena and Q games. So you're right that there was 3 different dubs of Naoto. But now we do know who the original dub is by. Okay. Interesting.
You know, Naoto?
What is it?
You got balls. For a girl.
Yosuke. Yosuke. Ah, jeez.
Regardless, I have no doubt that the culprit will continue with his attacks. We can only watch and wait for him to... But this is no longer a mere job or someone else's affair. I want to know the truth of why we were targeted. Please allow me to join your effort.
Of course.
Thank you very much. I'll do my best, leader.
Naoto joined the group. She'll definitely be a strong asset in solving this case.
Since I'm the king of the geniuses, I knew it would work out this way.
Uh-huh.
Ta-da! Now Chan's glasses.
Thank you. They told me about you, Teddy. I can sympathize with your drive to find yourself. If I may help in any way, let me know.
Wow, what a nice girl.
The true culprit is still at large. For now, you'll just have to wait for them to make the next move. Okay.
Oh, welcome home, big bro.
Yeah, thanks. And there's our Tanaka. Got some more bait and stuff. That'll be useful. Spend some time with Nanako. Let me look up her responses. I think this is rank 9. You know the photo you found before? I gave it back to Dad. He looked happy and smiled at me. Big bro, I love my dad. He loves you too, you know.
Yeah.
I think so too. Dad didn't forget about how we used to pick flowers at the Samagawa River. He smiled at me and said, "You remember too?" Dad loves Mom. I feel sorry for him, losing someone he loves. He still has you, though. Yeah, I won't go anywhere. I'm so glad to be Dad's daughter. Nanako smiling so happily. Through that smile, okay. Level 9. Getting there. It's your turn to talk. It's just about Nanako's bedtime. What will you do? Alright, let's play.
Yay!
Then, I know. Let's play cards. You decide to play some cards with her. Okay.
Night.
It's getting late, so you put Nanako to bed and went to your own room.
Excuse me. Do you have time after school today?
I think so.
Did something happen? No. Rather, I'd like to have a doctor examine Teddy.
A doctor?
You mean a vet?
The normal kind, actually. If you're free, I've scheduled a checkup for him after school today. A thorough physical examination might be a good first step in figuring out what Teddy is.
Good point.
And I thought it might be a good idea for the rest of us to get checkups as well. We should see if the fog over there or the power we've gained have had any negative effects on our health. Since you all have been active on the other side far longer than I have, you should definitely be examined.
Negative effects? Don't drop scary stuff on us like it's nothing. But yeah, I never even thought about that.
I've arranged to have Kanji-kun and Rise-san looked at as well.
Wow, you're on the ball about all this. Are you sure you're not an adult?
Her height's a big giveaway, though.
Well, I'll see you all after school.
You'll be going to the hospital after school at Naoto's recommendation. Everyone underwent a thorough physical at the hospital, Naoto recommended.
That was just an ordinary checkup.
I was kind of looking forward to getting into some gigantic machine and being spun around.
Was there really a point to this? The doctors look confused too.
Well, that's because Teddy,
Oh,
but yeah.
black.
I'm very sorry for the wait.
I'm very sorry for the wait.
So did they find out anything about Teddy?
They did indeed. They found out that they can't tell anything about him. I even had them take an X-ray, but nothing came up on it. No
Good
matter
old
how many
Teddy.
times they tried, it would always be too blurry to read. A visual examination and standard palpations indicated that he seems perfectly normal. Since the machine could be malfunctioning, they told me to try another hospital if we're still worried about him. I felt bad for making them go through all this.
So he is different.
Oh my, what should I do? They took a look at everything inside me.
She just said they couldn't see anything on the X-ray, you dork.
But at least they didn't find anything wrong with him, right? Man, we know as much about Teddy as we do those personas and shadows.
Oh yeah, I tried looking them up at the library and on the net.
Nice. How many days to the next deadline? We just got past the Naoto deadline, because this happens right after that. Yeah. I wanted to do a challenge run, so I'm playing the original version of P4 with only Pixie. So, good excuse to play the original version of P4. And it works out since, you know, they just announced the revival remake thing, but that probably won't come out for another year or so.
Persona means something like another personality. And I think they listed shadow under the related terms.
Shadows are shadows. I think there's something that comes out of people. I can't really explain.
I performed my own research after the incident. Persona and shadow are common psychological terms. Of course, the ones we are familiar with don't quite fit those definitions. This is what was written in an unofficial project document that I happened to come across. A shadow is suppressed power, and when controlled by one's ego, it becomes a persona.
It becomes a persona?
The
What does that
kanji.
mean? They're basically
I
the
was
same
thinking about
thing?
that kanji, like, bust up. It's so good. Just like, I don't get anything that's going on here. But yeah. We've got a pretty big gap between right now and the next deadline thing. Because we just finished the Naoto deadline, right? So we have, I think we have the beauty pageant. We have this event. Golden adds the, so in order, we have this event, we have midterms, the beauty pageant, and then Golden adds the like music festival kind of thing with the like animation there. But we don't have that in this version of the game. So we have like a full month or so until the next dungeon, but it is the heaven dungeon, so we're getting down there. I assume so. I assume that's a reference to the Kirijo group.
Then again, all those shadows we beat the shit out of did turn into personas.
Hey, Will. How's it going? Excited for a revival. I was hoping for a P6 teaser, Loki. Yeah. Honestly, the like P4 teaser was also kind of eh. It was just the MC running around in a, you know, Unreal Engine like map. Don't get me wrong, the map looked okay, but like there wasn't really anything there. It was pretty early on still, it seems like. They didn't even give us a release year, so I'm not sure if it's going to come out late this year or like early next year. Either way, it's not going to be anytime soon. It almost felt kind of rushed and thrown together because people had already figured it out and they were like, all right, I guess we might as well announce it. Kind of felt like, you know, when they announced the Switch 2 and everybody already knew about it and it was just kind of a trailer, just like, here you go, no fanfare, here's the Switch 2. So
who cares about the details?
it is what it is.
Doesn't matter what they are. They get in our way, I'll crush them.
Honestly, P4 Golden is a really good version of P4 in my opinion. I don't really think it needs a remake or anything, but it'll be fun to see P4 in like a more updated visual style, I think. I really like the location, so it'll be cool to be able to walk around and like see it in updated graphics and with better lighting. It'll look a little Unreal-y, like it'll look kind of samey to some of those other games made on Unreal, but it'll probably be fine for the most part. Yeah, I think so. But I think that they were already planning on doing it. Probably. I think they were probably already planning on doing it. I don't know what's up with the VA drama, to be honest with you. Maybe they heard that they were gonna be announcing it, and I don't know if it was a marketing stunt or if it was them trying to like get people riled up so that they could get cast in the game or something. I don't know what it was, to be honest with you.
Still, I couldn't
Hey, Alex.
find any information on how they're related to the other world.
There's so much stuff
Yeah,
about us that we
probably
don't have
just
a
ease
clue
of
about.
development is honestly what it is. It's a
There's some
fairly
things we
standard
do
engine
know,
at this
though.
point, and it's easier to get people who know how to Unreal works.
Mhm.
Maybe there's some
I got
features
a
of it that
bunch
they
of
thought
awesome
would work
data
well
to
for
prove.
their future games.
It's kind of embarrassing that I'm the only one who had personal details shown to the world, so... Ta-da! Nowadays, information wants to be free. Therefore, I'll break the ice by announcing the results of everyone's physical exams.
What? No, you won't. Give them to me now.
Ooh! First place in the shortest legs division is... Huh, who would have guessed?
It's not me, is it? Hey, what kind of things did they examine anyway? Look, if you're gonna blab at all, you might as well tell us the girls' measurements.
What? Are you a complete and utter moron?
Sometimes, yes, he is.
Sure, go right ahead. My profile's been public knowledge for ages.
I feel like they're doing the same thing they did with the OGs because they basically use P3 to build P4, so maybe they're doing it for Res as well, and then the other engine for P6. Yeah, I mean, it is very funny that they'll just be reusing P3 assets again for some of P4, because like the whole like trip to P3 land, like with the island and everything, they'll just be able to reuse all the assets they made for P3R for that entire trip and everything. And you know, there's a lot of overlap, obviously, between the two versions of the game in P3 and P4. It's very funny that they're kind of doing the same thing over again. I was kind of hoping that we'd get, like, P4 remake after P6, but it is what it is, I suppose. We'll probably get P6 sometime next year, is my guess, because we're coming up on the 10-year anniversary of P5, so... Krispy Kreme can be kind of expensive, but they do offer free donuts, and those are free, so yeah, you can oftentimes go at different times to like get free donuts from Krispy Kreme, and they'll do that to get people in the door. It is kind of expensive, but like, I mean, buying a whole box of donuts is generally kind of expensive.
my bus size is 2 centimeters smaller than they print. My agency insisted.
I forgot about that line. That's a good line. Our engine will be optimized to better run Witcher-like games. Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot of reasons why they chose Unreal, both technical and financial. So, why does it say I'm offline? Hello? OBS is telling me I'm offline. Am I offline? Can you guys no longer see me? Hello? I guess now we see how long the delay is. That's weird. Nope. Okay, we're... that was weird. Alright. It said for a second there that I was offline, but I don't think the internet cut out. That's very odd. Alright, whatever.
No! Don't say mine!
Aw, I bet guys won't care what size you are, senpai. And having modestly sized breasts like yours would definitely make it easier to wear a kimono.
What?
Oh yeah, Naoto-kun's in here too, huh? Let's see. Naoto-kun's is... Huh? Is this for real?
For real?
Isn't this measured wrong?
Anyways.
Now I'm just thinking of the anime, like, P4MC, like, just looking over Kanji freaking out over this information and just being like, what do you think? Naoto, big melons or not?
The important thing is that according to the examination results, nothing's wrong with our health. So we won't be needing these anymore. I'm going to go shred them.
Well, thank goodness everyone's healthy.
You're right. Let's go home.
After all that, they found out nothing about me. I wonder what I really am.
We'll find out together.
Yeah. Thanks, Sensei.
Teddy's gazing at you with gratitude in his eyes. The Teddy social link has reached level 6.
Hey! If you don't hurry, we're gonna leave you guys behind!
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah, good to be back. Alright. Since Dad is home, it looks like we're not hanging out with Nanako tonight. Yeah, I mean, it's always like, it's a kind of a anime stereotype. The girl who's the most boyish and wraps her chest, of course, has the largest melons, of course. No, I just got through the episode. I'm on episode 18. I watched through episode 17, which goes through that like little interaction there, and that's about as far as it gets. Like, it didn't get to the bath scene or the beauty contest at all yet. Yeah. No, my best guess. Hey, Corgi. My best guess is probably next year for oh, right, we have the devil. Yeah. My best guess is like next year because of the 10-year anniversary of P5. And I think we're getting pretty close to another like big anniversary for Persona in general, right? Yeah. Yeah, at some point. Probably P3R first, though. Yeah, the anime has been really good, by the way. I thought it'd be kind of phoned in, but no, it's really good. There's a lot of interesting stuff going on with it. And the animation's pretty good. Oh, good morning, Senpai. Exams start next Friday, but I'm just not in the mood for schoolwork. The true killer's someone else. We're the only ones who knows that. If we don't act, the case will grind to a halt. Tests are important too, you know. I'm not saying they aren't. I'm just feeling anxious, I suppose. We're the only ones with the ability to solve this case, and yet we have no way to act. Anyway, we can only wait for the culprit to make his move. Must not forget to check the Midnight Channel, too. This is a crucial moment. Yeah, because when did Persona 1 release date? Yeah, September 20th, 1996. So we're coming up on the 30th. Honestly, I could see them releasing in September. That would be about right. Because if P4 Revival comes out early, like next year or late this year, then that would make sense for Persona 6 to come out like late next year, late 2026, right? And then that would be the 30th anniversary, and it would also be the 10th anniversary of next year is also the 10th anniversary of P5, so they'll probably do some stuff around that in preparation and everything. I mean, I'll probably do it at some point. I mean, here's the thing, you could do P4 Golden, but like you'd have to add on so many restrictions, it just wouldn't be fun to watch. It'd be a decent video, but not a fun live stream thing, so. As I've said before. So maybe it'd be something like that, or maybe it would be, you'd have to add on some extra restrictions or whatever. Predictive nominative. Oh my gosh, predictive nominative in this sentence. Awesome. Oh, teacher, whatever. Okay. Dude, I don't care. I never enjoyed like the grammatical like English study stuff in like school or whatever. I always thought it was I always thought it was like stupid that I had to practice English, like grammar, when I am a native English speaker. I know how to speak English and write English. I don't need to know what all the terms are for the predictive noun thing or whatever. I don't care about that. I can speak English. Why do I need to learn how, like, all the terms for it? I don't. I always thought it was stupid. And also, English has so many, like, exceptions to the rules that it just doesn't make any sense to me. Okay, so it's a rainy day. Are we fishing today? Probably. Let me just double check that they haven't restocked the vending machines. Oops. So yeah, 30th anniversary of Persona in general and 10th anniversary of P5 is next year. So honestly, I want to play the original version of P5. I have it on PS4 so I thought it would be fun to play that sometime next year. Try that out. I don't know if it'd be a Pixie only run or just a normal run. I kind of just want to do a normal run of it, just kind of for the anniversary, see what the balancing is like of the original without all the DLC. But you know, see like how things are different for like trying to get social links done and like the actual balancing of the game and everything as it originally was. Like, was Persona 5 always that easy, or did Royal make so many changes? They could. But I think just content-wise, or like release date-wise, it makes more sense if P4 Revival comes out like early next year for them to release it like later in the year. Because you don't want to release too many things back to back, so people have time to like, you know, I guess refill their wallets, but yeah. No, I'm thinking like late 2026, right? Because it's September. September was the release month for Persona 1. Because January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September. Yeah, so that'd be like pretty far into 2026. Anyway, let me test something real quick. Let me make a save here. I want to test something real quick. So on the 16th of this month, there is a very good fusion forecast where anything made with Justice and Priestess get repel fire. So I just want to see what that would look like. Oh, I don't have enough room for it. What do I have on me? Oh, a lot of stuff. Okay. I don't think I've made Uriel yet. Oh, I can't make him yet. Okay. Fair enough. I think I need Suzaku for something. Right? Do I need Suzaku for something? I don't know. Whatever. I'm just gonna make him. Get some room. That won't be enough anyway. Shoot. Oh well. I'll have to kick something else out to do this. I guess I could just look it up too. Whatever. Figure it out after this. Man, I gotta do some fusion for Margaret too at some point. Let's see, so it's a rainy day. Let's just double check that INA doesn't want to hang out. She probably doesn't, but in case she does. And then we do have fishing to do, probably. I don't think we can start Nato Social Link yet, can we? I don't think you can start it until after midterms. I could be wrong on that, but that's my recollection, at least. If she's available, she should be over here on the first floor. Like, yeah, there she is.
Hello.
Good day. Nice timing. I was about to go see you. Why don't we go to the other world? I want to investigate it a bit. Sometime later. Can't wait for Alex Lee to voice everyone in Persona 4 Revive. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe you could voice Yosuke or something. That'd be fun. I think he'd do a decent Yosuke voice. It's hard to imagine anybody besides, oh, shoot, what's the dude's name? Why am I blanking on his name? Yuri Lowenthal. It's hard to imagine anybody besides Yuri Lowenthal voicing Yosuke, but yeah. Sorry, I'm bad with names, but yeah. Welcome home, big bro. He just says all of them, including in Japanese. Welcome home, Oni-chan. But yeah, it's hard to imagine anybody besides Yuri Lowenthal doing Yosuke's voice at this point, but I'm sure there's plenty of people who could do a good job of it. It would feel different for sure, but I think it'll be fine. I mean, I was able to get over like the P3 cast being different for the most part, but yeah, that's true. Like I said, I think he'd do a decent job at it. I think he'd do a good job. It'd be fun. Yeah. Big boy. We got a big boy. It's your big boy. I've not eaten a big boy in a while. I think there was one that was nearby. Now there's a Culver's there. Apparently didn't do super well. Nice. That's one garden down. Need one more for that sword, so. Yeah. Yeah, we were talking about that because I was confused about that because like yeah, but yeah, there are like 3 different Naruto VAs at this point. Technically 4 because no, right? Because there's 3, yeah. Because there's the animation one, it's the original one, the Q and the one that did Q and fighting, so the fighting game. Arena. Yep. That's what I'm getting at. Yeah. Yeah, I was looking at that earlier on stream because somebody was saying that Naruto has like 3 different VAs and we don't know who the first one is, and that sounded wrong. I thought they were talking about the Chie thing. Turns out it's because 6 years ago we found out who the Naruto VA was for the original P4. So they just hadn't updated their information on that front. I could hold on to some of these red goldfish because no, you know, I don't care. I want the bait rather. Yeah, because next month in November we can turn in 6 goldfish for a bead chain. I think I only need 1 of those. I'll hold on to 6 of them, but could really use the bait for fishing. This granny sells you pretty decent equipment. You mean Grandpa?
Oh, welcome back.
But yeah. Well, he only offers 2 things every single month. Usually a weapon for one of your party members, and then like a random accessory or equipment. He only offers like a couple of things, really. Some of them are really, really good, especially in the late game, but most of the time you're not going to be able to fill, you know, give your party all the armor they need just for him, from him, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. Honestly, if that happened, it would be because they ported Persona Q in 1 and 2 from something other than the 3DS, so I'd be happy with just that. Not much. What's up with you, Strife? Yeah, we haven't gotten too many ports of like 3DS games or DS games too much. Probably because of the dual screen thing. Maybe if the Wii U was actually like a competent console, it could have been, some of the stuff could have been ported onto that. But yeah. All right, time for Tanaka. What do you got for me? What are you gonna try and get me to buy this time? So we have nice shoes, which is or we have the huge fish thing. All right, let me see what the knife. Have I played Persona 2 games? Yeah, I played Persona 2 Innocence and Eternal Punishment. The PSP versions, at least. For Eternal Punishment, I used the fan patch. And I also played P1 before that. It was a couple of years ago now. You can find them on the channel if you want to go back. And if you go through the, like, playlists, it's towards the bottom of those, but yeah. Persona 4 items. Gotta see what these nice shoes are. Let's see. So nice shoes, because right now, what is GA wearing? She's wearing the... Okay. Oh, these are evade physical. You can only get them from Tanaka. On the other hand, though, a huge fish would be nice for stuff later on, but... Are they better than what she's wearing now? Because she's wearing the steel slippers right now, which give her +2 to all stats. But evade physical medium is kind of nice, but she already has Counter-Strike. Yeah, I think I'm just going to go ahead and grab the huge fish. I want that for more than the boots, I think. And there's another chance to buy them later if I really want to, next month. I think they'll reuse Patrick Seitz voice lines from P3 Reload for this. Is worth? Okay. Good luck with that, Jason. English can be quite a pain to learn the the minute intricacies. Oh, you mean the port of Q1 and Q2? But it can be hard to learn the intricacies of English, even for a native speaker. Like I was complaining about that earlier. So good luck with that. Yeah, I guess you can ask me some questions if you want. Is it worth to play Persona 2? Is it worth? Oh, Tanaka stuff. Yeah, they'll probably use the reuse the Tanaka stuff for P4. That, or maybe they'll get them to record some lines if they need to. But they'll probably use the same VA. Which Persona 2? I assume they mean both Persona 2s, because there's Persona 2 Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment. I would say that I enjoyed Innocent Sin more than Eternal Punishment, the first one more than the second one. I think they're kind of interesting. Is it worth the time sink? How long is an average playthrough of that game, of those games? I can't remember now. Howlongtobeat.com. Because I personally enjoyed Innocent Sin. I didn't enjoy Eternal Punishment as much. Let's see. Innocent Sin's about 40 hours, it looks like. And then Eternal Punishment's another 40 to 60 hours. That one's a bit longer if you want to do everything in it. Yeah, I guess I enjoy Persona 2 Innocent Sin quite a bit. The combat system is something you're going to have to get used to, because it's very different than a traditional RPG or even Persona, the future Persona games, obviously. I think that the character is good, the music's good, the world's fun to explore and everything, the story's pretty good. I think it's worth the time, at least Innocent Sin. Maybe get to the end of that and see if you want to do Eternal Punishment or not, right? But yeah, you don't need to know anything about Persona 1 to play Persona 2, but it would help, because the characters from Persona 1 do show up in Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment. And in fact, if you, depending on the choices you make, you can get some of them as party members for sections of the game as like guest characters, or you can talk to them and get like ultimate armor and weapons from them as they kind of like pass the torch and like pass down stuff to you. So that's kind of fun. It helps to have knowledge of Persona 1, but it's not essential for Persona 2. But yeah, I guess I would say try Innocent Sin. I enjoyed that quite a bit, and then decide if you want to do Eternal Punishment. I didn't enjoy Eternal Punishment as much. It's a bit more grounded of a story, but also I didn't like some of the choices they made for some of like the main character in Eternal Punishment, and like making them mute and everything. So, and there are also some gameplay changes that were kind of like honestly a step down in my opinion from Innocent Sin. But yeah. Yeah, I guess I would just say try Innocent Sin. It's the shorter of the two, and then if you want, maybe try Eternal Punishment. I would also recommend the PSP version if you can, because it's in 16:9, so it'll play nicer with modern TVs. It's got updated like stuff. I personally use save states to just have infinite money from the casino, and I would recommend that if you're just going in to try the story and everything. It'll make the game a lot easier, but you know, it's whatever. If you're just there for the story and you're not too worried about that kind of stuff. Yeah. Which one has Hitler? That would be Innocent Sin. Yeah. I really wish they kept in the glitch where starring Tanaka Social Link at the last stage just skips the final boss. That would have been very funny, yeah. Or maybe it had some fun dialogue for it or whatever. If you went and did it, but yeah. I guess we should go hang out with the old lady today, huh? Let me see. Is there anything else I need to do a minute? Yeah, let me go over to... back over to the Dojima's house a minute. I need to grab the bait from that lady. I keep forgetting to do that, but... should try and do as much as possible. I also so like Persona 1, just gonna put that out there. I like Persona 1 and 2 Innocent Sin quite a bit. Story-wise and everything. Gameplay-wise, they're a little rough around the edges, but not anything you can't get past or like get through, especially if you're willing to like give yourself basically infinite money through the casino. With save states and everything, but... yeah, I think they're a good time. I would really like to see at least the PSP versions of all those games get ported to like newer platforms so people could experience them. Even if they don't want to do a full-on remake, just making them available to more people and giving the PSP Eternal Punishment an official English translation version would be nice. There is technically a patch that puts the English translation of Eternal Punishment like on the PSP version, and you can play that, but you have to kind of go out of your way to do that. It's like an extra step you have to do. It's not too big of a deal. You can follow a guide and do it pretty easily, but yeah, it'd be cool if that happened. And who knows, maybe they'll do it next year. I mean, if you want a good excuse to do it, the 30th anniversary coming up is a pretty good excuse to like port Persona 1 and both of the 2s to newer systems, right? I don't think they'd want to do a full-on remake, but at least porting over the PSP versions would make a lot of sense, since they've already done that with, you know, Persona 4 Golden and Persona 3 Portable. I just hope they don't AI upscale everything like they did with Portable. Or if they do, they at least have somebody go back in and, like, touch up everything and make sure it doesn't look like garbage. But yeah, Persona 2 Innocent Sin story is pretty good. It's pretty wild. Because without spoiling anything, basically whatever people think is real becomes real. And so you can like start rumors to like create a new town, or sorry, to create a new shop in town or whatever. So you could like start a rumor that like a certain store sells like weapons or armor. And then you can go to that store and it'll actually have those weapons or armor. And that's why Hitler shows up, is because, you know, there's all those like crazy conspiracy theories or like rumors that like, you know, he survived and like went to a different country and everything. And so because of that, like being like drummed up and everything, that becomes real and everything like that. So it's got a very wild and interesting story. I think Eternal Punishment made a very unfortunate choice of making the MC silent, or like pretty much mute, which is very odd because they're a pre-established character from the first Persona 2 game, where so in Persona 2 Innocent Sin, you play as an MC who's mostly quiet, which is fine because that's kind of his character. But then in Eternal Punishment, they take a lively character who is a party member, who is already an established character, and make them the mute MC. It doesn't make any sense for their character. They were like the life of the party in the first game, and then they just like make them mute, and it doesn't make any sense. It's very disappointing. It kind of reduced my enjoyment of the story. That, and I think there were some other changes, like with fusion and stuff, that were kind of annoying, that I remember being like about. But it's been a minute, so I don't remember exactly what they were, but there were like some changes they made I wasn't super happy with. But at the very least, I would say try Innocent Sin, and then maybe think about if you want to go out of your way to try Eternal Punishment. Maybe you'll like it more than I did. I do think it's not like Eternal Punishment's without its merits and everything. The new party members that you get in Eternal Punishment are a lot of fun. It is interesting to see how the story progresses and everything. If you transfer, if you have save data from Persona 2 Innocent Sin for the PSP version, you can transfer over some stuff to Eternal Punishment, including the MC's level, since he doesn't rejoin the party until like way late in the game. So you can get like, your original MC back as well from Innocent Sin, which is pretty fun. And it's nice continuity that he actually is at the same level that you left him at if you transfer over save data. So there's a lot of fun stuff about Persona 2 Innocent Sin and Eternal Punishment. I just prefer Innocent Sin. I think that was more enjoyable for me personally. Okay, hold on. I have to look up the lady's responses. What was her name again? Maybe I should just put in death. That's social link, yeah. Hisano, that's right. Hisano Kuroda. I think that's right. Way to pronounce it. So, and I think she's at like rank 2, so this should be rank 3 if she ranks up, so.
Yes.
You frightened me there. I thought you were my husband. Watching the river here with you, like this, brings back memories. Of what? Of when I was still young, before I became this wrinkled old lady. I met my husband here in this town. I was born and raised here, and he was part of a traveling company of actors. They'd come to town once a year. When I was small, my family took me to see the play. That's when I met my husband, who was a child actor. He had clear, pale skin, and he spoke completely differently from the other children. He was my first love. Every year he would come, and every year I would watch. I gathered all the courage I had and talked to him. By some miracle, he fell in love with me, too. We would just talk behind the stage. One date every year. I thought he was just flirting with me, but I thought that was okay. But do you know what he did? He quit the company and said he would live here and marry me. He did field work, though he didn't know how. He would come home and show me his blisters. He was so proud. I was happy back then. I'm jealous. It sounds like you two really loved each other a lot. I'm sure the day will come where you'll be so happy you could just cry out of happiness. I hope so. No, there are many people who are in the midst of happiness. They just don't realize it. True. Was it the saying? I wish there was a way to know you were in the good times before you left them. If you don't know what you should hold dear, then your life is just a journey without a destination. Asano smiles. Right now, all I want to do is be by his side. But I know I never will. He went to heaven, and I will surely go to hell. Don't torture yourself like that.
Thank you.
You're so kind. Hisano smiles sadly. You feel that you understand Hisano a little bit. I must be going now. It gets cold here down by the river. I'll see you later.
Goodbye.
Okay.
Oh, welcome back.
Okay. Let's see. Let's go. Oh, I think we missed a. Yeah, we can't go and do the Devil Social Link. We're almost done with that. Yeah, I guess we'll just read. Keep working on our understanding. I do like the Death Social Link in this one. Very good. Trying to remember what the Death Social Link is in P5. Okay. Can't seem to recall. Oh, health and sports day. Okay. We have the day off. I guess we could go see if the old lady's over there. Because I don't think anybody besides our party members is going to want to hang out today. And maybe her. I guess we could go... Well, actually, I don't know if we can do the daycare one or not, since it's a school holiday. So maybe it's not available. Let me check something real quick. Right, because that's Fortune. Okay. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out skills for Pixie, and I just want to finish this real quick. I think our best bet for... Okay. Yeah, so best bet for Enduring Soul and Garodyne. Okay. Because we can get Repel Fire from that one thing, so I'm just trying to see what the other two things would be. Our best bet for Garodyne would be Clotho, a level 44 persona. Fortune persona, which is... Naoto, so. And then for Enduring Soul, it'd be Tamlin. So. That way, okay. So I should probably try and make sure I get Tamlin. Yeah. So I should try and rank up INA when we get a chance, I guess. Okay. Because we can't get Enduring Soul off Tamlin until it levels up to 59. So. Okay. So I should try and prioritize INA for skills for Pixie later. Is Namatame a problematic boss? I don't know. I haven't looked at him too much yet. Oh, Takumi Goth Doctor. Right, right. Yeah, I think you're right. I think she is death as well. Oops. Wrong spot. I need to head over to, the front of the Dojima's house and grab the bait from that lady again. And then I need to head over to the central shopping district, buy up all the cans of soda again. And then we'll find somebody to hang out with today. But yeah, I guess we'll have to try and start hanging out with INA a bit more. It'd be good to do anyway, because the earliest we can get Grow 3 is on a Sun persona as well, so... But yeah, I haven't really looked at Namatame at all. I've mostly been focusing on just making the Pixie, the last version of Pixie, which is going to be Enduring Soul, Repel Fire, and Garodyne. So... those are the skills I'm going to try and pass down to her. I think whenever we can do that, we'll be fine. For Namatame, I'll just have to see which party members I'm going to bring along. You can. It's just that I've already finished hanging out with all of them, so none of them are going to want to hang out. Usually you'd be able to. Just like you can on Sundays and stuff. Unless I'm misremembering, I believe that's how it works. Sorry. Just trying to speed up buying the vending machine stuff real quick. We haven't won a bunch of extra drinks in a minute. Alright. Let me double check something real quick. Oop. Here it is. So we have 56 of those Dr. Spell Neos. Okay. I just need to keep an eye on it that I don't like get to the point where I'm at 90 something, because you can only hold 99 of an item, so. I run into some ultra skill issue playing P3R. Did he delete it immediately? Sorry, what? Are you saying that you had a hard time with P3R, so you uninstalled it or something? Hey, I asked you about your birthday before, right? It's coming up soon, isn't it? Huh? Yeah, probably. What do you mean, probably? You know your own birthday, don't you? You're right. I should know that. Well, you're not being much help. Here, enjoy. Happy birthday. Whatever it is. Candy? You're giving it to me? It's not like it's a big deal. It's only a birthday gift. Just eat it already. Ah, cute. Ah, it's you. I kind of had some bad news. We might be moving away soon. Lately, it's been dangerous around here, I guess. And my mom's worried about it. I don't really understand, though. I guess I'm kind of looking forward to it a little. Ah, that's right. Thanks for helping out in the experiment. Telepathy never worked. Huh, I was trying my best and everything, too. Right, yeah. I should go talk to the other twin. Make sure we're not closing in on the... no, we're not going to miss out on being able to complete their little chain of quests here in a minute. Because at a certain point, they do move away. And if you haven't completed their quest, you just can't finish out that little thing. Yeah, looks like we can hang out with the Death Lady, so we might do that in a minute. Policeman told me I should go home soon. But I don't want to. I don't want to help packing out. I don't want to help out packing stuff. I like this riverbank so much. Why do I have to move? Oh, hello again. I don't want to be bothering you, but there's something I want to ask you. Are you free? What do you need? We're moving soon, so I made up my mind. I'm going to stop being exactly like my sister. I think changing my appearance would be a good first step. So I want to wear a headband. A cute one would be best. Could you find a branch headband for me? If it's something you find, it'll be something that no one else has, right? Do you think you could find one for me? I'm on it. Thank you. I'm so glad you can help me out. Twins Independence. Even though I installed a bunch of mods reducing grinding, each social stat required 10 points to max up. I maxed them out, rolled back on a chair, and carelessly played till the last month. I realized 2 days away from rank up that I was 2 days away from rank up on every social link. Oh, I see. So you kind of ignored social links towards the end, and you realized that you wouldn't be able to finish them all even with like the mods, and so you get kind of frustrated. Okay, I gotcha. Yeah, no, I've definitely had that with P3. I've replayed P3 Fez at least 2 times, and both times I've been like, the first time I didn't get either Aigis or Mitsuru done, who were the 2 I really wanted to get done. And then I think in the second playthrough, I got Aigis done, but not Mitsuru. I think I've technically never finished Mitsuru's social link. So, I'll have to do that at some point. Ever since I heard there's no beef cows around here, something's been bothering me. Sozai Gaku's beef. Doesn't it seem a little too cheap? Don't get me wrong, it tastes good, but doesn't it seem kind of odd? I've been thinking about changing my diet, since my body fat percentage has dropped significantly. I'll start adding a little extra side dish to my meals. Or if there's anything convenient. With this weather, it's easy to ignore your health, but I need to get into gear. What should I do for dinner tonight? Maybe I'll make croquettes. The trick is to fry them at a high temperature so the oil isn't... So if the oil isn't hot enough, they'll get all soggy. Not that I'm complaining about your cooking, but don't make beef croquettes. Huh? Why not? You don't know? Right now, Inaba's beef is... well, never mind. How strange. Grandfather would never say anything bad about Inaba. What is up with the beef at Sozai Daigatsuku? Who knows? I saw her again. The Egyptian. I wasn't making it up before. Oh, we saw our teacher. But I haven't heard any rumors about her. Is that normal? Am I going crazy? Life out here in the countryside is starting to confuse me. Yeah, our teacher who dresses up like an Egyptian. Yeah. Ah, it's you. Oh, okay. Right. Alright, talk to her. I've been looking for some of those dishes myself. I haven't... right. Yeah. We still have to do that quest for him. Farewell to man. Alright, new book. The Egyptian teacher is so random. I think it's just kind of a running gag because in P3 you had the history teacher, I think, dressing up as well, didn't you? I'm trying to remember. The P3 had the history teacher that was obsessed with, yeah, with Japanese samurai and dressed up in his helmet all the time. And so in P4, I guess you have a history teacher obsessed with Egypt and stuff, so she dresses up like that. But yeah, it is a little random. Sometimes you find some weird things when you clean up. I found a photo of my daughter when she was small. I doubt she remembers that far back. She was so cute then, too. I've gotten pretty fed up with talking to people lately. Everyone talks about the exact same things. It's always about whatever the TV is spewing out. I'm not gonna badmouth anyone, but I'll tell you, I don't like it. Maybe they just got nothing better to do. Jeez. You're pretty much it. The only guy I can count on for an enjoyable conversation. Man, I love talking to the NPCs in Persona 4. I love it. I love it so much. They change and they have like storylines like that you can, and they give you insight in on the world. Was there some weirdo teacher in P5? Yeah, the one that dressed up in a maid costume. I can't remember. I feel like that's the only teacher I really remember. Oh, how about the I guess maybe he's out and about. The names are a little arbitrary. There's a student that's called a lazy student or whatever in this game, but he has a part-time job. How do you be lazy and also have a part-time job as a student? But yeah, you don't really see too many teachers outside of like your homeroom teacher who dresses up as a maid and does all that stuff, right? And the one that pushes a girl to the point where she throws herself off a building, and your principal. And that's pretty much about it. You don't have as many interactions with people in school or your teachers in P5 because you're supposed to be a bit more of an outcast in that one. So your homeroom teacher is the only one you actually like get a sort of close to at all. So whenever I've gone to Juness on rainy days, I've seen this oddly pretty boy there. I was surprised at that. Maybe some kind of male idol? Who would do a photo shoot at Juness? Think it has to do anything to do with Rise? Those big stores are something else, aren't they? Oh, you noticed the gas station attendant. Vanilla P4 actually looks better in some ways. Like these textures look decent. Yeah, the textures are pretty good. It is pretty late into the PS2's life cycle at this point. This game came out in 2008 for reference. The Xbox 360 came out in 2007 and like had like Halo 3 and everything right at that point. So, you know, there's that. There's that aspect of it, so. But yeah, it's pretty late in the PS2's life cycle, so they knew how to get the most out of it by that point and everything. And there was a lot of the back end already done, so a lot of care and time went into making the world and everything, I think. But yeah, they do a better job in some ways, I will agree with you, with like ambient effects and stuff. So for example, I noticed that the transparent effect looks worse on like certain windows and everything, like the slider door when everybody was eating watermelon out on the back of the Dojima's house. The slider door there has a worse transparency effect in P4 Golden, because I've been recording some Persona 4 Golden footage for screenshots for the streams and everything, so I've been able to go like back and forth sometimes even on stream, where I'll pull up the same exact like little story scene or whatever on stream and we'll go back and forth, and it's pretty noticeable the difference. Golden is a lot more saturated and it looks worse in some places. Because of that, in my opinion. And it also, and the original P4 does do a better job with like its fog effects and stuff. That's one thing I think, like I think the Unreal remake is gonna lean way more towards Golden than the original, because like I can't imagine Unreal's realistic fog effects working too well for the stylized like fog that you see in like PS2 games and stuff, between like games like this or like Silent Hill and stuff like that, right? I keep wondering how you can treat AI as a tool, like average tech bro or some, but still keep enjoying every piece of art, every piece of game. I guess I don't quite understand there, Jason. Are you saying like, are you asking how can I treat AI like a tool, but also enjoy pieces of art? Or are you asking how somebody could enjoy those, like have those two same opinions? I guess I'm not sure what you're asking. Oh, so painful. I saw something I shouldn't have seen. What happened? That idol Rise Kujikawa was walking home with Naoto-san. They seemed close. How horrible! Idols are so mean. I can't compete with her. They even go to the same school. It's hopeless. Oh. Okay. She's mad because Naoto got stolen away by Rise, apparently. I guess word hasn't gotten around to her that Naoto's a girl. Or maybe it has and she just doesn't care.
My,
Alright, let's hang out with Asano.
yes.
This should be rank 4 unless it's a normal hangout.
Listen, dear.
Do my clothes smell of incense? My husband's Tsuki Minchi is today, and I've just come back from visiting his grave. Oh boy, the wiki has a link on what that actually is. Oh, death anniversary. Okay. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. That must have been tough.
No.
Oh no, the cemetery is right over there. I don't have to walk very far. Asano smiles gently.
Do you know what death is?
Death is the entity that takes people to the gods. For those trying to reach the gods, and to the families of those people, death can be an ally. I don't really know, to be honest with you. When a person dies, the people who are left behind start to grieve, right? Why did that person have to die? That's the question everyone wants to know the answer to. How is it right that this life had to come to an end? The person did nothing wrong, and yet we want to think they went to the gods. They've been summoned to heaven, but there's nothing we can do about it. We try to convince ourselves of that. Sometimes we look forward to death taking them up to the gods. You don't quite understand it yet, do you? I think I understand what you're getting at.
You're
You really
such
are
a child.
Okay, that's actually voice acted somewhat. Yeah, sometimes this P4 has a little bit more voice acting than P3 did, where P3 just had like a couple of lines for each social link a little bit there, just like a couple of like things. P4 has a little bit more where they'll put in a few lines throughout the social link, either really important ones or just for like the last rank up or whatever. It also kind of depends on if they're a main character or not. Like Nanako is a main character and a lot more of her stuff is voiced than some of the other characters, obviously, than like some of the side characters. Or for example, I think most of the party members at least have like a few lines for the end of their social link and stuff. Other ones it's a bit more random and like a bit more generic, some of the words that they say. Like there, the dialogue wasn't quite what she actually said, but it was like close enough. It's very odd. It's good, but it's odd. It's weird that they didn't keep going in this direction and have more things voiced in P5 Royal. Although I guess they did somewhat. I guess it's surprising that they didn't decide to go fully voiced social links before like Persona 3 Reload, I guess. I looked forward to death too much and became death myself. Before I realized it,
I'm sorry.
You don't want to hear this, do you? I'm going home now. You be careful too.
I'll see you again.
Well, so I try to appreciate art. I've looked at a lot of art and I can at least have a basic understanding, right? Like I've tried, it's kind of like if you've ever done home cooking yourself, you can appreciate when you see like somebody making things on TV or whatever, or like when you read a lot of books, you can, and do a little bit of writing, you can kind of appreciate good writing. because I've like seen a lot of like video game art and I've spent a lot of time with like different games and everything, by this point I've been playing video games for, let's see, 22 years or so. Oh, it's part of her social link and stuff. I won't spoil it. But yeah, she blames herself. Basically, she blames herself for her husband's death. And there's a reason for that, but we haven't gotten to it, so. But, I've been playing video games for 22 years now. And just different kinds and different things. So I've been able to see a lot of different video games at this point. And I'm able to, you know, point out things that like other people might miss or might not pick up on. And I think everybody's going to be able to come to different things and like take something else away from it. For example, I enjoyed watching an artist break down like different character designs for like a metaphor and stuff, right? And so and she pointed out things that I never noticed about Metaphor's character designs. For example, a lot of their like outfits are a fusion of fantasy and like almost American like 70s 80s fashion, where if you look at them, like the designs are very like some of them are very 70s or 80s with like a bit of fantasy touch to them. It's just that you don't notice them as much because they don't have like color designs that or color schemes that seem as like gaudy for the most part, or like seem very similar, and because of the fantasy element you don't notice as much. So that was cool, right? So people with different experiences will often come to a piece of media and can find different things or pull out different things from it, or will take away different things. And I enjoy doing that as much as I can, and like noticing different things and pointing out different things, especially for games like these that I've dug into quite often. Like I was literally thinking about last night, like if I wanted to make my own version of like a Persona type game, like how would I do New Game Plus and everything, right? And basically what I came up with was a menu, basically, where at the start of every New Game Plus run you get points based off of like doing in-game achievements, like I don't know, maybe beating a certain extra boss, or like, you know, maxing out a certain social stat, or finishing different social links would get you bonus points that you could spend to like unlock different things for New Game Plus, like maybe a new boss fight, maybe new difficulties, maybe being able to keep like some stats or like carry over your money or something to make New Game Plus a bit more interesting and encourage repeat playthroughs, and like try and like make it so you have to play through the game at least a couple of times to get through everything. But basically with the AI thing, I think that AI is just another tool, just like another thing. It's just another piece of technology. I think that I know some people are pretty vehement about taking a moral stance on it. And the thing is, I don't think you can put the genie back in the box. Yeah, it sucks that like some people are going to like that some people feel like their art's being stolen and everything and being copied, and I think that it's definitely going to change things, but at this point you can't put it back in the box. There's too much money, there's too much potential behind it, so you just kind of have to learn to live with it. And honestly, there are some benefits to AI for people and artists and stuff, like being able to take something conceptually and get it like 80% of the way there, and then like having a person do like the last 20% is like very useful, I would say. And it's going to enable people to make a lot more creative things, I think, in the future. Whether you agree with how it's used right now or where it's getting its information from to make new things, it is a thing that exists. You can't put it back in the bottle. You can't go back in time. So you got to kind of learn to live with it, and I prefer to look at the positive things than the negatives. Certainly there will be some negatives with AI and everything, I'm sure, and it's hard to say how things will continue to develop. I think that AI is basically the next big internet level invention. So throughout history, we have had inventions that have changed things for better and for worse throughout history, whether it's the printing press, steam engines, electricity, the internet. There have been monumental inventions that have changed things, and there have always been downsides and upsides to them. And I think AI is just another one of those things. So, yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's just how I am. I'm very practical about some of that stuff, and I understand people's concerns with it. It's not like I don't understand why people feel like it's just stealing in a lot of ways. And I think that there are plenty of people who are using it for selfish or malicious purposes, but at the end of the day, there are going to be people. It's a tool, it's an invention, it's a thing. People are the ones who made it, people are the ones using it. At the end of the day, the tool itself is not inherently bad. You can take a hammer and you can either beat somebody to death with it, or you can build a house with it. Guess who does that? The person. We don't blame the hammer. It is what it is. It's a hammer. It's just a tool. And I think the same way about AI stuff. So and at the same time, I think it'll also push people to get better and develop their own unique styles a bit more with AI stuff. Because if everybody's I think it'll push people to become more creative and more experimental with their art. And I think it'll probably push people to do new things with art. Right? So there will be good things that come out of AI art and everything. There will be a lot of people who will lose out on commissions and stuff from AI art, but there will also be a lot of people who push themselves to do more and like create their own style or their own unique thing that nobody else can do. So yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of elements that come with it. It's a big invention. I mean, you could talk about the AI art stuff, but there's also the fact that like AI might be able to like overcome language barriers a lot easier, or allow people to overcome those language barriers a lot easier, like being able to translate from like different languages for people. Like, there are games that have never been translated into English, but people can still play them. Or, you know, there might be games that were never translated into other languages too, like Italian or Spanish or German or whatever, right? But you could like use an AI translator to try and play those games and like translate the text, and like they can do that kind of in real time almost at this point. I know some people have done that for some of the older SMT games where they don't have an official English translation, so they'll, you know, use an AI to translate the game for them and try and like play that way, and it kind of works. But yeah. Really? I don't know. I feel like things are constantly changing and growing and evolving. Well, think about this. VR wasn't a thing like what, 10 years ago? PCs as we know them now weren't a thing 20 years ago. Smartphones as we know them now weren't a thing 20 years ago. Things are constantly changing and evolving, and it feels like, if anything, things are just speeding up. AI will also like help people be able to test things more quickly and help create cures to diseases and stuff that we don't have cures for yet, right? It's going to help people by computing things and like doing things at a much faster rate in like those areas as well. So it will help us probably in those and that kind of stuff as well. I feel like things are only changing and growing, honestly, at sometimes an overwhelming rate. Like, we still are now just kind of catching up to like all the effects that social media has had on us for like the last 10 plus years, right? Because it takes a while for science to catch up to cultural trends, because it takes a few years at the very least, most of the time, to get good data on like how things affect people, right? Like if you want to know how social media affects people, it'll probably take like a long time to fully understand that, right? To do a full study on that. I think that's not entirely just you. It's very easy to find information about bad things happening in the world because it gets a lot of engagement. I don't think that's just a you thing. But at the same time, I don't know. Maybe it's just me trying to be optimistic and stuff. But there are definitely, I don't know. I guess the way I think about it is just there's always somebody you could be mad or sad about. But if you only worry about that, then you'll never get anything done. I don't know. So, I don't know.
Oh, hi, Nanako-chan. Hi, Teddy.
It's not like I think that AI is the next... I think AI is a big invention, but I don't think it's like the next coming of God or anything, so... Oh, are you seeing P4 the animation? Yeah, I've been watching it. I'm on episode 18. We've been watching it on Wednesdays, on Discord. Yeah. If you go to the events tab on the Discord, you'll see when it's scheduled in your time. It's at the time that the later streams are usually. Around then.
Greetings to you. Looks like you're having fun.
Yo.
It's been a lot of fun. The anime has been a lot better than I thought it would be.
Wow, everyone's here.
They did a good job fleshing out like the MC as well too.
So many people.
Why did everyone come here? Exam study group. Times like these, I'm jealous of Teddy.
Come on now. Let's start with proving the trigonometric identities.
Oh gosh. Trigonometry, no.
Jumping straight into math.
Gosh.
Ours is the section on trig functions, right? The one where we
No.
find the area of a triangle given two
No.
sides
Not high school math again. Ah. Dude. I'm decent at math, but like I hated geometry, man. Oh, that was so ass. I wish we had like a practical class like balancing your, I don't know, like a money class or something, man. It would have been so much more practical and useful in life.
Huh? You find the area of a triangle with, you know, that thing.
Sine, cosine, tangent.
Base by height by 2.
Yeah, divided by 2, right?
If you don't mind, shall I teach you?
Oh, are you as smart as I thought? Could you, lend me a hand too?
Oh, I wouldn't know where to begin with second year's subjects.
What's up with that? Useless after all.
Dang, Yosuke, that's a little harsh.
Don't call me useless.
Yeah, that was rude, Yosuke.
I think I've figured out what buttons to push to get Naoto-kun riled up.
That's not necessarily a good thing, Yosuke.
You're pretty cute when you're angry.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, Naruto's cute all the time. Come on.
That's it. I quit. This just ain't my thing. To hell with the exams. It's time for my animal crackers.
Gosh, I love Prodigy so much. You know what? I don't care. Time for animal crackers.
I want to find the penguin.
Hands off the penguin. It's mine.
Somebody stole it last time.
Forget it. I can't think.
Animal quackers in my soup. What was that from?
Teddy says he doesn't know who he is. That's so weird.
On the same page with kanji, yeah. I was decent at school just because I did all the homework and stuff. Like, I actually did the work, and I'm okay with numbers. I was really bad with, like, grammatical English and stuff. Also bad with Spanish, but also that was partially the teacher's fault. People had a rough time with her.
My life on this side is really
I was on the
fun.
higher end of that class, and I was still getting, like, B's and C's a lot of the time.
But the more I feel that way, the more I want to know who I really am. I've surfed the net, read manga, watched TV. I even went to a place called the Library, but I still can't
Okay.
find anything about me.
Gosh, Teddy
Dude,
puns.
I'd be surprised if you did.
Still, I'm starting to get an idea.
An idea?
Whoa, isn't this your first time sharing a theory about yourself?
I wonder if they'll expand
I
Jeunesse
lived in that
and
other
Revival.
world. That world was my reality.
Because the only parts of Jeunesse we ever really see are the food court and the, like, elevators downstairs. We never really get to explore Jeunesse too much. It'd be cool if they used Revival as an opportunity and, like, added some new content by adding a couple new floors of, like, Jeunesse to go to. Like, maybe you could, like, go and buy groceries from there and, like, do cooking and everything. Like, expand on the cooking idea and cooking mechanic. So that way you didn't have to rely on, Nanako. Almost said Naoto. Nanako, like, randomly bringing home extra groceries to, like, be able to cook food for people. You could, like, choose to do it whenever, but you had to grab the stuff yourself. Cooking was a lot of fun in Metaphor.
But now
It was
I have
kind of
a feeling that
broken.
It was born from
Because you
the
could make,
minds
like,
of people
99
on this
dishes.
side.
Because money is so easy to come by in that game. And you could buy ingredients, so you could make, like, 99 items that, like, restore SP or something. And, like, one time slot where, like, not using up time at all once you get far enough into the little girls, like, social link stuff.
And over in that place filled with shadows, I think I was some sort of special being.
A special being?
Like, cooking is so good at Metaphor, it's ridiculous. Like, it's just so useful. Because it can get to the point where it doesn't take up a time slot. And you
I don't
can
remember
make stuff
anything
that
from
restores
back
SP,
then,
gives you buffs, gives you, like, reflex stuff. It gives you, like, full restore on HP. Gives you extra press turns in the late game. Granted, it's hard to make the last one of that, but, like,
Maybe
man.
it's that amnesia thing I read about in a book the other day.
It's true.
Well,
There are
it's not
some
like
aspects of
America.
the other world that
It
make
really
seem
is
as
kind of a
though it's
gamble
rooted in
what kind
human
of
thoughts.
education you get, because America's so big and every state has different standards and everything. And you know, you depending on where you go, you might have a better or worse education. It's just kind of a gamble, and overall, America hasn't been doing too well compared to, like, most of Europe lately.
Still,
Unfortunately.
there's no point in applying the principles of logic and deduction to a place like that.
Like, I always see more and more, talking about negative news, I always see more and more headlines or, like, studies come out that say, like, you know, children of such and such state aren't, like, keeping up with, like, being able to read or do math properly. And you do see that somewhat, where it does feel like you see more and more people who just aren't able to do... Well, they're able to do, like, maybe basic math, but they're just not, like, being... They're not taught to even, like, They're missing crucial information and everything. It feels like, so...
But the fact that you existed in such a world from the beginning adds credibility to your theory.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I mean, listen, like I said, the only class I really struggled with in high school. In middle school, I struggled with some other classes, but in high school, my worst class ever was the only class with a different language, and that was Spanish. So it's not like America does super well at like teaching Russian or anything. You have to go for like secondary education for that. So
There is little doubt
or like
that you are
university
a
or
special
college, I
being
should say.
on the other side. If you yourself know nothing about it, perhaps it's true that part of your memory is missing. Tell me, what is the earliest memory you can call to mind?
It's from a while ago. I've always lived there, as far as I could tell. Then it started to get noisy. So when I happened to bump into Sensei and Yosuke, I asked them to do something about it.
I see. If you've always been on that side,
That's pretty
you
much
have
it.
no sense of time
And I only
or
know a little bit
days.
of Spanish now. It wasn't really too super useful where I live. There are certain parts of America where learning Spanish is a bit more useful. Obviously the parts that are closer to like Mexico and stuff, but for the most part, it's not. I live on literally the other side of the country, so it's not super useful. Like obviously there are people who are immigrants from Mexico and like other Spanish-speaking countries that live around where I live, but it's not like a huge community or anything. It's not like I'm interacting with them on a daily basis. Honestly, at this point, I'd probably get more use out of something like German or Japanese. Something that is like useful, like in fact, I think was it Kuroko Neko who was here earlier? I think she studied German and Japanese partially because those are like really good languages for like business. Because so if you can speak like German and English or English and Japanese or something like that, those are really good languages to know because you can get a job translating for different companies and stuff. And I think that's what she does, if I remember correctly. I haven't talked to her too much. She's pretty busy. She was there for the first time I played Persona 3 back like 5 years ago. So she pops in every now and again. So, you know, life changes in 6 years, so. No, I haven't finished Persona 4's anime. I've been going along at the same pace that the playthrough has been going, so I'll probably honestly finish the anime first because we'll probably like get a little bit ahead of the playthrough and just finish it out. But I'm on episode 18. I've gotten through the first 17 episodes, so there's 25 total, and then there's like a special like longer episode for the P4 Golden ending and content, because the anime came out, the original one came out like right before Golden did to promote the new release of Golden and everything. So after it got released, they did one last like special episode that added in like the Marie stuff and like had that Golden ending and everything. I think it's a bit longer than a normal episode, like the length of 2 episodes, I think. So, and then there's also the Golden one where they made an anime based off of Persona 4 Golden. Although that one's a bit more like, people aren't so sure on that one. That one they're not as fond of.
I'm sorry, Nanako-chan. We didn't mean to leave you out.
Maybe I'll watch it at some point, but maybe in lead up to P4 Revival.
I think Teddy must be a king. I read in a story that a king was all alone inside a forest because of a bad guy's curse. Isn't that what happened to you, Teddy?
A king? Well, when you put it that way, it sounds about right.
Teddy? A king? I can see him wearing a cape!
Yeah. So for some reason, I can imagine Teddy in like a cape and with a scepter and a crown, all dressed up.
Sheesh, Yukiko. You go into laughing fits in front of anyone now.
Can we not talk about Teddy being a king?
Right. King game. He had kissed Teddy.
Huh? What's with that face?
Teddy really was a king. There were all these other kings too, and we all...
Hey, he's talking about what happened at the club. Quiet, you! Not in front of Nanako-chan.
Everyone left their seats to go buy drinks with Nanako.
Am I really a king?
Maybe so. Who knows?
If I'm a king, I'll get to smooch girls every day.
Well, okay. I don't know about that. Teddy is smirking.
I have this fuzzy feeling that I'll find out sooner or later with your help, Sensei.
He sends Teddy strong trust. Okay. The Teddy Social, yeah, okay. Rank 7. Okay.
Big bro, Teddy, is melon soda okay?
Yeah, that's fine. I had fun at Juness. I'm glad you did. Oh, we can hang out with you tonight too. Cool. I don't think so. I think that P4 Revival will be based on Golden. I don't think that they're gonna base it off the original P4. I think that it's going to be based off of Golden with how many changes Golden made and like additions and everything. I think that Marie and Adachi and everything like that will be in the original, like in the release version of the game. I think DLC for that game is going to be more outfits, personas from like P3 and P5, and like DLC music and stuff like that, like it was with P3R. I think P3R was a special case where like there was a whole epilogue and everything that they didn't include at launch, so that made sense for DLC. But I think that Revival's going to be based on Golden, so. But how else would they make more money? Are you kidding me? The game's probably going to be like $70 at least on launch. And then you're going to have the Ultimate Edition that's going to contain a Teddy plush or something like that. And that's going to be 100 to 120 USD. And then you're going to have the DLC, which might or might not be included with that. Which is going to have a bunch of outfits. And then you're going to have like maybe post-launch DLC. And that's going to have more outfits. They'll get their money back, don't worry. I'm sure they've got that part figured out. Nanako looks as if she's doing nothing. Since you have Dominion, yeah, okay. Oh, is this the end of Nanako's social link? I think it is. Okay. I got a phone call from Dad. He's coming home. Let's make dinner together, big bro. There's a lot to do today. Nanako's more cheerful than usual. I bought a bunch of dishes, pickled radish, and veggies at Juness. Big bro, can you make a salad? Sure thing. Right then, you can be the salad maker. And I'll be the egg sunny side up maker. We have to start eating our vegetables from now on. A well-balanced diet is important. Nanako confidently repeats this as if she heard it from somewhere else.
My teacher said that families help each other. After Mom died, Dad and me have both been lonely, but I have Dad. And I need to do my best so Dad doesn't feel lonely either. You're my family too, so let's work hard together.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Nanako looks really happy. Oh, yeah. I'm giving
this to you.
Okay. Like I said, it's kind of weird what's voiced and what isn't sometimes. You obtained the family picture. It has Nanako and her parents in it. Dad made extra copies. Your family too, so you should have a family picture. Let's get a picture of you and me and Dad all together one day.
I
You feel a warm sense of love from Nanako. Aw, that's nice. I didn't think we'd be able to finish the Nanako social link on this playthrough. It's so manipulative, called the release day is more like early access and sells the real price. Yeah, I've been kind of annoyed with how Atlas milks out DLC and stuff, everything. It's probably somewhat the Sega influence, if I had to guess. Maybe that's wrong. Maybe I'm giving Sega too little or too much credit on that, but it does feel like they've been like trying to get as much money out of as they can out of their releases. To be fair, they do big releases. I honestly wouldn't even be that mad if like it was $70 for like some of their more recent games, because that's just kind of where things are right now. And they do put out like big 60+ hour JRPGs, right? So there is a lot there. There is a lot to enjoy about the games, but the DLC and the way they do DLC has always been kind of an issue, even since the original. Probably not. Honestly, I do agree that the remake of P3R probably didn't warrant like $70. Probably 50 or 60 would have been plenty for a PS2 remake. But it is what it is. If you feel like it's not worth it, then either you can fly the flag of pirates, or you can wait for a Steam sale. So, and yeah, maybe that kind of sucks, but it is what it is. It's not like I'm agreeing with the pricing, but can't change it, right? So.
I'm home.
More than anything, I'm pretty disappointed with stuff like how they did DLC for P3R, where like they said they'd include all the DLC with the collector's edition, and then they didn't. Because like you had the DLC that came out like right after with like episode Aegis. The Aegis edition with the Aegis statue did not include the episode Aegis DLC, because it's like, oh, we decided to do that later after launch. Like, who cares? It was the Aegis edition. Why didn't you like retroactively include it? It was kind of a move. Like, I know they only decided to do it for sure once they saw how well P3R sold, but man, still feels pretty bad. To be honest, I didn't even buy like all the DLC for Metaphor, and I skipped out on the collector's edition because of my experience with P3R's collector's edition and everything. The only DLC I bought for Metaphor was the outfits from the Etrian Odyssey games, because they were fantasy themed and they were something different than the P4, P3, P5 DLC that we keep getting. Even to this day, I still don't have those DLCs just because I don't think it's worthwhile. And I don't need to hear P3, P4, and P5's like battle music for another 20 hours while playing a different game. I already hear it enough when replaying these games or playing like the spin-offs or whatever, so. Yeah, that's fair.
Welcome home!
Although with some of these games you can't. Like, even if I buy a physical copy of the original P4, which I might do at some point just for my own collection, none of that money is going to Atlas. But I understand, like, with current games. That's why I'm always fine with, like, finding other ways to play games that are, like, you can only get secondhand now, or, like, no longer being supported by the devs. Like, I can't buy any, like, 3DS games or, like, the DLC or anything, so, like, just playing SMT4 and, like, downloading the DLC is fine by me. Because, like, I literally can't buy it from the actual, like, sellers anymore. So, that's just my opinion on it. Yeah, fair enough. There's a lot of good indie games that are, like, $10, $20 or less, that are worth your time. And there are plenty of videos and stuff out there on any genre you could want. There's a indie game I've been keeping an eye on that's basically Death Stranding, you know, delivery simulator, but it's with like a little tank and everything. So you're going across a post-apocalyptic, like, snowy world in like a little tank and making deliveries and like exploring the world. It's been really fun. I've been looking at it and everything. I gotta sit down and play the public demo of it at some point here. Yeah. Not on stream or anything, but just off stream. I've been enjoying it. I made dinner with Big Bro today. We made salad and a bunch of other stuff. Also, there's a lot of really good older games that go on sale on Steam all the freaking time. There are games that The Witcher 3 is a 60+ hour game with a lot of good content and everything that regularly goes on sale for 90% off on Steam sales with all the DLC and everything. There are so many games like that that are really, really good in like any genre that are a bit older, but they go on sale for like 80-90% off on Steam. Or there's a bunch of indie games, right, that are like $10-15 when they come out and are really fun too. And they might be more experimental or have some features or designs, ideas that you might not see in like a AAA game. So, I see. Good work, Nanako. Go wash your hands. Hurry, sit down. Yeah, I can't do Nanako's voice very well, sorry. She's really cheerful. I'm sure it's thanks to you. Daddy, Big Bro, hurry, hurry! I got it. Let's eat then. The three of you sat around the table and enjoyed each other's company. Okay.
Yo!
Oh, morning. Yeah. Also, there's the fact that, like, if you're living in a country that's not America, sometimes things are really freaking expensive for conversion rates. Like, even when things go on sale, they can be pretty expensive. And it's, or for example, I have a friend who I want to play. We were gonna play, what is it? Not Titanfall, what is it? Helldivers. We were gonna play Helldivers 2 together, but he literally can't get it in his country because there's no PSN, like no PSN support in his country. So we literally can't get it and play together, so. Yeah. Yeah, I want to play The Witcher 3 at some point. It looks like a really good game. But yeah. What part specifically, Alex? Sorry, our conversation has been kind of roaming all over the place. You know, lately, whenever we're over there, I've been wondering, does it feel like you've seen those shadows before? I mean, we fought robots and stuff, but they look like they're right out of some anime, right? Does that bother you? Now that you mention it, it is interesting. Remember how our other selves had those logos like a TV show? Maybe it's like that for the same reason as to why the shadows looks like something from the TV. Teddy said before that the other world is related to our minds somehow. People who watch the Midnight Channel believe it's a TV show, and we treat that world as something inside the TV. So maybe that's why. Or is it simply because all of us have our brains soaked in television since we were kids? I guess I can't really deny that. Can't help but watching Hong Kong action movies whenever they're on TV. Yeah. Yeah. No, it's just hard to like sit down and play like long games like that. Like, it's already hard to keep up with the Atlas and everything. Like, they're literally releasing like a remaster of like a 60-hour game that'll probably take me 2 months, and that's coming out this Thursday. While I'm still trying to finish up, you know, a playthrough of like this game or whatever. So, to be fair, this is something I kind of took on already, but yeah, it's just hard to keep up with like Atlas stuff sometimes when I'm playing for like, even if I'm playing several hours every weekend, you know, it can be hard to keep up with like all their releases. Not necessarily a bad thing, but. What challenge will you do next? I think it'll be a couple of months, because we have to get through the Sorry, I was reading the dialogue there and I lost my train of thought. We have, okay, so we have the game that's coming out on Thursday. I probably won't get to that. The Rido game, the Rido remaster, that's coming out on Thursday. And then I probably won't get to that until next month. And then that'll probably take me like a month, month and a half, if I had to guess. And then I think the next challenge run I'm going to do is probably going to be a Metaphor MC only / Pixie only. You know, Pixie only, because technically it would just be the MC and Gallica, which is as close as we can get with that game. But I really don't have a good understanding of how difficult that game is because of how I played it before. And I think it would be fun to do an MC only run of that game. So yeah, we'll see. I guess for once I'll be able to like watch a couple of like maybe reviews for the game before I actually play it, because usually I'm on top of those games and playing them like day one when they come out, but for this one I'll have to wait and see, I suppose. Oh, hello. Wait, you're going home? It's almost test time though. Well, I better get some food in my system. You're supposed to eat a good meal before a test, you know. I think it'll be fine. It'll be interesting. I do think at some point I'll go back and play the original PS2 version of that game and its sequel. But doesn't all this fog bother you? There's just too much of it. I can't see anything around me. It really gives me both the heebies and the jeebies. I'm a nervous wreck. It's affecting my studying habits too. My grades are sure to suffer now. Do you remember the Charmed Veil? Okay. It seems kind of like Yukiko-san and Chie are different when they're together. Lex, you probably don't know, but last year the two of them were kind of strange. But lately they're talking to each other more often. Do you think they've gotten closer? They did. If you say it, it must be true. Oh, let's invite them to lunch and see if you're right. Oh, the persona calculator? Yeah, I can give you the link again. I have it bookmarked for obvious reasons. Here. Here's that. Maybe you want to bookmark that yourself. No problem. Hey, Box, did you hear? Apparently the detective prince is a girl. Oh, hey. During the test, I suddenly felt this terrible sense of impending doom. I think I'll hurry home today. Tess, huh? Hey, what do you think about helping me get that girl to... about me getting that girl to help me study? Should I be all serious, or should I kind of joke around when I ask her? Oh no, there's too many variables. I can't handle it. It's almost midterms, but my parents are still bugging me about helping out around the house. Don't they get it? Just because us students aren't working yet doesn't mean we're not busy. All I did was remind everyone that midterms were this month and that we can't forget to study. I know I'm right. This is for everyone's own good. I hate to admit it, but there's this girl I've kind of gotten interested in. I don't know how it came to this either. It's supposed to stay casual. Damn it, man. This isn't like me at all. Senpai talked to me in the hall. He told me I should come by the library more, but when I think about he must be with someone else, my chest gets tight. But he looks so happy. This might be only a rumor, but is it true that Inaba isn't the only place that gets foggy like this? Man, I wonder if the next mountain climb will be okay. Fog in the mountains would be really dangerous. That sucks, too. Just when the weather started to cool down and make climbing more bearable. I'll have to get a refill on water and use the bathroom in a minute. Well, this is it. It's time to put up or shut up. I made a deal with my dad. If I can pass all my classes with an 80% or better, I can make art again. All I've got to do is cram like there's no tomorrow. Even though I never get better than class average. Good luck. Thanks. I'll do my best. I just remembered. Hey, would you mind helping me out with something? Sure, what's up? Well, the thing is, I don't have enough materials for this piece of art I'm trying to make. Do you know where I can find some high-speed gear? I might know. Really? Does that mean you'll get it for me? I'll make sure you don't regret it. Please, I'm counting on you. Well, we're just kind of like going through the daily stuff. We've got like midterms coming up here soon in the game. We've got like a couple days until then, I think. So after the midterms is the beauty pageant, and then there's like a couple more weeks, and then the next person disappears. So, and that's for the next dungeon. So we've got like, I think we're probably just going to try and get close to like when the next person disappears. Today, I don't think we'll get to the next dungeon today, unfortunately, but we'll definitely get to it next weekend. So that's the plan. And then over the week, I got to do some like math about trying to get Pixie's skills and everything, because we're getting pretty close to being able to make like the final version of Pixie that I want to make, and then we can just work on leveling her up until the end of the game. Am I supposed to write something or eh? No, it should just be there. It should be it should be a list of all the games that have a fusion calculator for. Let's see if I open up the link. I mean, YouTube might yell at you saying, hey, are you sure you want to leave YouTube? But other than that... families are such complicated things, aren't they? Sometimes just being in the same house is enough. Ever since my grandma collapsed, my mom and dad have been annoyed at every little thing, and they stay home more. We can be right next to each other, but it's like they can't talk about anything. Makes being home kind of uncomfortable. But yeah, we're doing pretty good. We're just gonna try and work through some social links and stuff. See how far we can get with Naoto's social link before the next dungeon and all that. The students are gossiping loudly. Isn't Hanamura really full of himself lately? I've been wrong about him before, though. It's simple, isn't it? He's getting along with Amagi-san, right? Ah, that must be it. That was pretty quick, though, huh? Was he one of the challengers for the Amagi challenge? That's kind of annoying. Yeah, I know. That Hanamura sure is annoying. I remember something from a long time ago in my life. There was this girl I used to listen to the radio with when I was a kid. What happened to her? She was really energetic and happy. I remember she was always smiling. I wonder what kind of girl she's become in life. Maybe it's because I started building radios again, but I've been reminiscing a lot about my life lately. A little while ago, I gathered my courage and went to the teacher's office to ask for some help with my homework. Miss Nakayama wasn't much help, but Mr. Kondo was able to teach me. And afterwards, Mr. Asoya gave me some candy. Good for you. Glad you were able to build up your courage and ask for some help. That's good. Jeez, it's like a war zone on those fields. My hair is all grungy, my hands are all calloused. Ah, I can't take it anymore. It's autumn now, so why am I still getting sunburned? Ah, so lame. Where am I gonna get something like that? Get what? Well, my dad has been pretty down ever since he shut down his plastic model shop. I was wondering what I could do, and then I thought maybe I could round up all the regular kids who used to go there. But they said they wouldn't come see him unless I gave them the badges. I was gonna give them the ones from Shiroku's, but they didn't like those. I don't know where else to look. Leave it to me. Really? Alright, well, the kids say they want a proof of passion. There are 3 kids in all, so I guess I need 3 badges. I'm so sorry, but I leave it to you. Hey, PK Fire, how's it going? Are you planning to do any S-Link today? In game, I gotta. I'll probably go fishing, because the only one we could do on rainy days right now is Ayane, and she's not available today. Probably because midterms are coming up, so she's probably studying instead. So, Naoto is a girl? Is that true? Some of the guys in class were talking about it. I saw that whole thing on the Midnight Channel too, but it can't be. It can't be, right? So the stuff you see on the Midnight Channel becomes reality or something? Yeah, right. Maybe I'll just have to watch it again. You heard about the Midnight Channel? Seems like everybody knows about it now. I heard you can get it hit by radio waves and get paralyzed or something. Sounds pretty dangerous. But, yeah, that's all I've heard. I'm sick and tired of hearing about the Midnight Channel. Everybody keeps talking about it. It's so boring to talk about the same thing over and over again. Anyway, isn't this fog dreary? Yep, it's dreary. I agree. We have it so often now it's making my hair hard to style. Where are we in the game right now? We're a little bit after the Naoto deadline. We're right before the second term's midterms. So we have the midterms, and then I think after this, we have the beauty pageant coming up. The golden ads, like the musical thing where you like play some music and there's like a little animation for it, but that's not in this version of the game as far as I understand. So we won't be doing that. So we've got basically, I think the next person disappears at the start of the next month. So, and we've got like a week of midterms, then we've got the beauty pageant, and then I think there's like a week or so, a couple of weeks there, and then the next person disappears. So don't you think it'd be nice if everything was done for you? That's what I'd call convenience. Kind of like driving a car. All you gotta do is step on the gas, and the car does the rest. If life was like that. Ah, what am I saying? Sorry, I tend to think of crazy things when I'm bored. Hey, Namatame. How's it going, buddy? Mayumi, I can only do my best. This is all I can do for her. This is the least I can do. Okay. I saw her again. Oh, yeah, we already saw this dialogue. Alright. Let's go fishing. Almost to heaven? Yeah. That'll be next weekend. Hence the title of today's stream. But yeah. Okay. Fishing time. Come on, Guardian. I need one more Guardian for the MC's weapon in December. And then I need some more huge fish for the girl's armor. Also in December, but yeah. We got a couple of months till then. I gotta remember the 16th I gotta do some fusion. There's a fusion forecast that'll be useful. I don't know if we'll be able to get the new Pixie or like the last version of Pixie before we do the Heaven Dungeon, or if it's going to be like during or after. There's a particular fusion forecast I want to take advantage of to get some extra skills on her that we otherwise couldn't get. So, and that's sometime in November, like halfway through November. So the next in-game month. So we'll see how that goes. Oh, shoot, did I miss my chance? Ah, I did. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I gotta pay attention here. Don't want to waste time. Even if we do have a couple of months. I don't want to miss out on chances to get, like, another Guardian or something. Ah, just a goldfish. Yeah, I think Naoto has some ranks that you can do when it's raining. Depending on what rank you're with her at the time, but she's not available yet. I think she becomes available after midterms, so. Turning some of the goldfish for bait a minute. Okay. All right. Well, we finished Nanako's social link. I should remember to hang out with Aine when I get a chance. All right, I gotta go use the bathroom real quick and get a refill on water. So let me go do that real quick. Ooh. Should we see if I can get a sub 1 minute time? Well, I probably can if I have to get a refill on water as well. Yeah, maybe we'll try again for that later today. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Alright. I'm back. Oh boy. No great vegetables in vanilla, unfortunately. Very unfortunately. But yeah, no great vegetables. Yeah. Vegetables would help a lot too for this run. Because they're good healing items. The watermelons especially, being able to grow somas, very nice. Some of the bike skills would also be useful, but it would almost be too useful at that point, right? Because then we're starting to get into Golden, where there's a lot of really good skills from going on bike rides and everything. And like, Rise is like way stronger. And then we're getting into the point of like, yeah, that's kind of the point why we're playing the original, not Golden. Okay, we're done with Nanako's social link. I don't think we can hang out with... Yeah, we can. Okay, we can maybe finish up the Devil social link, because I think this is the last rank. We were on rank 9 before, so... I think? Or rank 8 or something like that. So I should keep working on this and work towards finishing it up. And then we can just focus on maxing out our understanding at night, unless we're fishing. Sayoko asked you to come here. Great game balance. Yeah, I mean, P4 is also a little unbalanced sometimes. Like, it can be very punishing in the early game with how many enemies like null or repel things. But I think Golden just like overcorrects way too much. I think if they had just fixed, maybe made the enemy design a bit more forgiving in the first couple of dungeons and changed shuffle time, maybe updated some other things, I think Golden would have been fine. It's just that it adds too much, I think, in certain areas for game balance wise. But it does add a lot of really good content too, so. Sorry, I'm just grabbing her responses. Oh, I think this is rank 10, so it might not mean... It might not matter, actually. Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You're already done with work today, aren't you? Futaba's the worst. She is broken. Futaba is pretty broken. P4 Rise is also very broken. I like how they did quite a bit how they did four-headed girl in P3. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on her name. I always blank on her name. The enemy! Oh, shoot. Tech girl, forehead girl, green hair. The enemy! Sock puppet meme. Kind of bad at cooking, but not as bad as the P4 girls. You need max rank courage to hang out with her, right? I think. Or is it charm? It might be... No, it's courage. I'm not looking at chat. I'm trying to think of it on my own. Why is my brain thinking Haruka? I know for a fact it's not Haruka. Fuka. I got there. But yeah, I like how they did Fuka and P3R, but yeah. Yeah. Well, New Game Plus isn't meant for, like, going back and grabbing the social links you didn't do. I wanted to say goodbye. Goodbye? I'm leaving this hospital today. Seika looks straight into your eyes. I grew to hate hospitals. All the life and death. In the end, everyone leaves, leaving me behind. I was so lonely. Then I remembered. That I wanted to help. I became a nurse because I wanted to save people's lives. I couldn't see that it was simple as that. No, I probably didn't want to see it. And to think that the one who would show me this is just some kid with a rag in his hand. I tend to go for older, richer men, and I landed a child. They will. So, I'm going. I'm going to find that path I gave up on. I thought I couldn't do it, but I will walk that road. I'm going to be my own guide. Thinking, walking, take responsibility for myself. Once I've done all that, I think I can finally say that I've truly lived. Will you take
this?
Sayoko gave you the hospital ID.
I give you the person I was when I was here.
Sayoko looks at you gently. You feel a strong bond between you and Sayoko. Talking about design, would prefer 3 and 4 enemy designs or P5? I prefer P3 and 4 enemy designs. Yeah, the boss table. Because, and not for any, but specifically for balancing purposes. Because for 5, because they're all personas, they're all vaguely the same as when you get them as personas, and they all have to be balanced around the MC having them. You don't have to balance P3 and P4 enemies around the fact that that fact, because you're never going to be able to use them as the MC. And I like the idea that the shadows are kind of like different, and like we had that conversation with GA earlier that they look like something out of like an anime or like a mecha show or something, right? Some of the enemies look like things from TV shows or something, like the cop design or whatever, right? The cop eating a donut, right? Different things like that, right? And that the fact that they're not personas gives them more an interesting enemy design variety, and also means you don't have to balance them around the MC being able to use them. So that's my opinion on it. The nurse social link reaches maximum level. Also, if you have them all be personas, you can't fight Hulk Hogan. Come on, we all love the Hulk Hogan shadows, don't we? Such a wild thing that that's still a thing in P3R. I honestly thought there was a decent chance they would have gotten rid of it, but yeah. Yeah, there's some cool designs definitely in P3 and P4. I kind of hope they go back to that in P6, but we'll see, I guess. I'm going to say this. It's as much to myself as it is to you. What's right?
What you should choose to do in life. The answers to those things lie within you.
Somebody was asking me about P1 and P2 earlier. P2 and P1, if you don't know, you get cards from the enemies you fight, and you use those Arcana cards to like make personas. So you'll get like, you'll beat an enemy or you'll negotiate with an enemy, and they'll give you like, I don't know, 3 strength Arcana cards, and then you use those to like make personas, and that's how that works in those games.
So long.
Not sure if they should go back to something like that. Probably not, but it's just kind of an interesting way of how those games work. I don't think that Persona needs negotiation. I think it makes more sense for the SMT games where they're independent like actors, demons. In Persona games, they're just aspects of the MC psyche, and a good way of reusing 3D models that the company already has on hand. I don't think you need negotiation for Persona games. That's my take on it. I think also I tend to like ignore negotiation as soon as it becomes more viable to just fuse things anyway. Like, why would I negotiate with and get a Pixie unless I'm going to use that for fusion, right? Like, why do I care? I can just make a better, like, Bareth. I can just make a better Persona, and I get the XP bonus from social links. I don't get the XP bonus if I negotiate for a Persona. It makes more sense in SMT, where you're not getting, like, large XP bonuses, usually, for fusing demons, but that works in Devil Survivor as well. Devil Survivor, I don't think there is negotiation in Devil Survivor, is there? I think you just fuse new devils and you can buy them on the auction house. I think that's how you get new devils and Devil Survivor, if I remember correctly. I don't think there's any actual negotiating with enemies in that game. Yeah, P2's fusion is a little funky. It's a little bit better than P1's in some ways. For some reason, I felt like Eternal Punishment's fusion was actually worse than Innocence, and probably because you couldn't like guarantee yourself getting one of the Fool personas by walking around or anything. Because there's a trick where you can manipulate the RNG in Innocent Sin by walking around in, I think, the mall or whatever, to make sure you get like the random per Fool personas, because those are like a random fusion accident usually. So, but you can pretty much guarantee it or whatever. We play the new remake of Atlas. Oh, you mean the Raido remake, the one that's coming out on Thursday? Yeah, I'll play it once I'm done with Pixie here, P4 Pixie. So it probably won't be till like next month, but yeah, I'll play it. Well, anyway, we're done with the Devil Social Link. Yeah, Raido Kuzunoha versus the Soulless Army, I think, something like that. Oh yeah, it's also Father's Day. I'll have to go text my dad. Midterms start tomorrow. Feel so lazy. I can't believe you're so hard about studying for the exam, Senpai. Are you sure you're gonna need to know all this stuff in the future? Well, you probably won't. By the way, would you not say the word lazy around me, especially this early in the morning? Whatever. After exams, we have the Culture Festival. There are more first-year students this year, so the festival could be more fun than it was last year. Oh yeah, right, the Culture Festival, when Persona Q happens. It would be very funny if somebody was playing these games in canonical order, and for some reason they chose to play Persona Q, like, right during, like, Persona 3's Culture Festival, and then they played P4, and then, like, halfway through P4 they stopped and played the other half of, the other side of Persona Q, because you can play as either MC. So there's this teacher who tried to put a problem on the test involving a student's bust waist hip measurements. I won't say who, but isn't that just wrong? I mean, who cares about a high school girl's measurements? It would have been much more interesting if they were mine, huh? Organic species okay. I saw the Kashiwagi ugly face, so I was wondering what she was saying, but she's just complaining about Rise again. Although, to be fair, it is eyebrow raising that somebody apparently tried to put a question about Rise. Yeah. The Culture Festival is the speed dating thing. Culture Festival is the speed dating thing, and then it's also the dress up thing. Senpai, it's almost time for the test. I wish we still had practice. Yo, don't you start to feel a little sluggish before a test? It's not like people in sports bother to study anyway. Well, generalistic, but hey, not much to do before a test without practice, huh? Because she's a narcissist who wants people to pay attention to her. And she feels like, and she hates how much attention Rise gets for being young and pretty. She's a bitter old woman. Oh, really good, isn't it? I remember your name since you're a transfer student. Would you mind talking with me for a moment? I'll listen. Young people often say they dislike the countryside, but if you ask me, I'd just say they don't have any hobbies. If they had hobbies, then they wouldn't be bored, even here in the country. I've been here ever since I was very small, but I've never been bored. That's because I have a collection. What sort of collection, you ask? Tanks. Collecting tank-related items. Oh, I just can't get enough of them. Gun barrels, caterpillar tread. Boys will be boys. Even an old man gets giddy about the idea of tanks. After becoming principal here, I've been able to devote my time and money to expanding my collection, but... training shell. That's the one thing I've been unable to acquire. If I were able to get a hold of it, I'd be willing to give you a reward money can't buy. I think I can get that. Really? You can find one for me? Oh, I can't wait for you to bring it to me. Ah, Aurelius can I have a moment with you? There's something I'd like to ask. Sure. Lately, nothing seems to be going right, and I've been trying to think of the cause. Feng Shui. That's gotta be it, right? I think that maybe I need better Feng Shui. I've been anxious and complaining and all. That's not how I usually am. So I was asking around, and some of the students said you're good at finding random things for people. That's accurate. I'm looking for a crystal ball. Do you think you could find it for me? If I place it near the front door of my house, I'm sure all my problems will be solved. I'll see what I can do. Great, I leave it up to you. Yeah, pretty much. We'll do those later. I just want to pick them up now. And some of the dialogue is fun. It's already autumn now, isn't it? The hard part starts now. I have to do my best from now on, no matter how many subjects I'm unprepared for. To be honest, I'm sick of these tests. I don't feel like going to my classes either. Pretty soon, those of us going straight into the workforce will be busy. Man, I gotta wear a suit and do a bunch of interviews. What a pain. College-bound guys always act so important, but us workforce guys have our own worries too. IDK if it's the part where it's trying to sleep with you. Yosuke and Kanji here in the vanilla version, but it's definitely hyper raising. Oh, gotcha. The Amagian thing. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Rise is very forward. Maybe I should give up being a vet. My friend already gave up. It's causing trouble with my family. Saying that I'm following my dreams, it's not going to make any of those problems go away. Heartbreak, heartbreak, you tell me goodbye. Yeah, the only one that I need to really worry about is the twins. We'll have to make sure to do that at some point, because I think they move away sometime in November, right? Let me double check that real quick. Because there's a deadline for getting that one done. I think I've messed out on that actually a couple of times. The last couple times I've played Golden. Let's see. Because there's the one we have now, which is I think the last one for the twins. A Twins Independence. Quest 38. I should double check and see if there's any other we can pick up a minute, I guess, while I'm thinking about it. Complete, must complete before 11:17. Okay. I think we'll have enough time for that then. Oh, what's the date to end game? Oh, okay. Phew. I gotta make sure I have to fuse that persona on the 16th for repel fire. So my cousin's been in the hospital for so long, but he's finally going to be released. I'm so happy. It's almost as if I'm the one getting out of the hospital. I need to get him a present to celebrate this. I wonder what would be good. Oh, we saw this already. Yeah. Alright, talked to Namatame. That's the twin. Okay. I think I already bought all this stuff from the vending machine, right? Yeah. Well, nobody's gonna want to hang out at the school. Let's see if we can go work at our tutoring job a minute. Monday, Friday, or Saturday. Okay. Or sorry, not tutoring job, the daycare job. I still need to get more understanding for the daycare job, or for the tutoring job. Getting all tongue twisted here. Yeah, I guess we'll see. That part won't survive such censorship? Yeah, I guess we'll see what survives censorship and what doesn't. I think the only major thing that they changed, or even I guess you could call it minor, bit of censorship that I remember from P3R was the one lady and the one, you know, cross-dressing lady or guy or whatever on the beach during Operation Babe Hunt. But even like by the time they did the anime for P3, they had already like moved away from that joke, where instead you have actually a reference to P4, where it's that one teacher we were complaining about earlier, that female teacher that takes over after Mr. Morioka. She gets referenced in P3 and is like the replaces that interaction with like a cross-dressing guy or whatever, I guess. This is a Chinese diner, Aya. Diligence. Trying to think. Is there anything else we can do today? We could go fishing, but it's not a rainy day. It is cloudy, so we could get some stuff, but not the Guardian, which we really need. Guardian, huge fish. Probably just eat here and increase our diligence for fishing and stuff, I guess. Trying to think if there's anything else we can do. Studying, we're already maxed out on that. I don't think we can start Naruto Social Link until after midterms. All of our school social links don't want to hang out right now anyway, so yeah, okay. Could actually just Google it, but since I'm here, can you tell me how to start fishing in Golden? I'm losing a lot on passing this activity. Yeah, when you go to, so you can, okay, so during the day, go to the shrine, talk to the kid in the bottom left. He'll say he's lost his net somewhere around there. Go back to the shrine at night. You'll see a spooky lady who's, I think, supposed to be a ghost. But anyway, she found the net. She wants a fish, though. Get her a fish or something. You can get bait to start with by grabbing, by trading the kid who loses his net. You can trade him sodas from the vending machines, or some other snacks and stuff for bugs that he'll give you. And you can either use those to fish, or you can use oh wait, oh, to start fishing in general. Oh, sorry, I'm going through the steps to get the net, aren't I? Sorry. Go talk to the old man who is by the river. The same dude I'm trading with the fish with for like different equipment and stuff. Talk to him and he should point you in the direction of what you need to do to get started.
Welcome back.
It's Thursday, but we already finished the nurse social link, so we're good there. Let's go ahead and keep working on our understanding then. Your second term midterms begin today and continue until next Thursday. You should hurry to school. I have to remember to grab the reward for doing this, for acing this from Nanako and Dojima. Oh, morning. Hey, how much studying did you get done after we met up? Actually, have you studied at all? What about you? Me? How much do you think I would study? If I'm gonna die, at least I'll go down fighting. Just like Ryoma Sakamoto. Wait. Was that Shunsengumi? Midterms day 1. My figure of speech is used in the statement, I ate so much that my stomach is going to explode. Hyperbole, right? Yep. What happens to plants when thigomorphous genesis occurs? It speeds up? Yep. Yeah. Yeah. See how many I can get right. So far, I haven't messed up. I have save states though, so it's fine. Who was the first one to journey around the Earth for the first time in human history? Wasn't it Fernand Magellan? Yeah, it was. Boy, I'm doing great at this. What was the first time soccer was played at the Olympics? Oh gosh, I think it was like. I think it wasn't an even year. I think it was like 1896. Nope, it wasn't that one. I guess it was 1904 then. Nope. It was a round year. 1900 then? Okay. You have the day off from school today. Well, that ain't clues, though. You can. Okay. That's kind of funny. You get like a day off in the middle of the midterms.
Hey, it's me.
Nope, I'll pass. I'm good on knowledge, and if I say yes, then I can't buy anything from Tanaka today, so. Red battle suits, that's not that great. Oh, let me grab the physical mirrors for sure. The red battle suit's already been power crept. Yeah, with the P3 calendar and everything. Let's stop by the front of the house and grab that bait for free a minute. It's also Sunday, so I think we're good on the vending machine. I guess we'll go hang out with the Death Social Link, probably. Trying to think if there's anything else I need to do. I think we're good. Oh, I forgot to check if there's any other quests I can pick up. Should I be Godborn yet? No, no. I literally started it like Wednesday. Haven't gotten any farther than the first actual boss of Hydra. Beat Hydra. Called it a day. Let's see. No, that's not what I was looking for. I was looking for quests. 31. What was quest 31 game? Or wiki, I guess. Oh, it's that lady. Right. I'll go talk to her after this then. After exams. Are there any more that are available? Let's see, 33. Should be available. Could go do that in a minute. And we already completed that. We have already picked up that one. Picked up that one. Picked up that one. Picked up that one. Oh, this isn't the last twin quest. Okay, I'll have to remember to do that then. The last one you get access to like at the end of this month. Interesting. Okay. What? Well, why did you have to interrupt me when I was so obvious that I was lost in thought? I was just taking a little stroll down memory lane. All my friends from years ago, they all left this town one by one. I can't count on them anymore. Boy, you need to treasure those friends of yours while you still have them. Seems like he's going to continue talking. What will you do? Listen politely. People, they're frightening things, aren't they? Once they find something they like, they'll keep asking for it. I'm well and truly impressed by your kindness, boy. I think I understand you, but I want to get the best sauna ever made. I think I could do it too, if I had some fine coal. Youngster, would you bring some to me? Sure things, Gramps. Really? Is it okay? Aren't you busy with school and all that jazz? No, never mind. Thank you, boy. I'm looking forward to it. Okay, and then the only other one we can pick up right now is, at school, so we'll have to wait until exams are done. No. I'm probably gonna go until, we get through the beauty pageant. Or at least midterms here. I've never tried to finish these quests. Yeah, it's hard to do on vanilla, because they don't give you quest markers. Golden at least makes it a little bit better. It's not essential to finish the quest unless you're going for the achievement, I think. Or is there even an achievement for that in Golden? I can't remember on Steam. I don't think there might not actually be. But either way, it's useful to have the rewards from them, so. It is for the first one. Not sure about this one. I could look a minute while I still have the tab open. It's from the secret laboratory this time. But yeah, the first one is from Kanji's dungeon. Hi, Namatame. What you thinking about? Mayumi, my best is all I can do. That's the least I can do for her. Interesting that it shows up here and over there. I guess they really want you to notice him by this point in the game.
My. Yes.
I'm happy we could meet again. Why do you keep coming back? It must be boring, listening to soul bag stories. It's actually pretty interesting. Well, aren't you a special boy? Enough about me. I want to hear something from you. Tell me anything. Well... I've got midterms coming up. I feel like I'll do okay on them, though. We're actually in the middle of them right now. But I think I'm doing okay. You told Hisano about school. I made a lot of good friends there ever since moving here recently. Even some friends I wouldn't have thought I'd ever make. It's been nice. Is that so? You must be brilliant in your classes. I'm starting to think you shouldn't be wasting your time talking to an old lady like me. I wish I could listen to your stories forever and ever. Hisano was thanking you for spending time with her. Okay. Guess I go now. I can only hope that Culture Festival would be on next stream. Yeah, we'll get there. First Atlas game. The first Atlas game I ever played was Persona 3 Faz back in 2020. Are you asking if this is my first time playing an Atlas game, Strife? Because it is certainly not.
But I do not want to see you anymore.
Why not?
I'm sorry.
You just remind me of him too much.
Thank you for everything.
Okay.
Goodbye.
I was gonna say, yeah. But that was the first one I played. It was Persona 3 Fez back in 2020. Hisano left. After saying she didn't want to see you again, she left without giving you a chance to respond. You can still find the VODs for it on YouTube. In glorious 360p, I think, but yeah. Yeah, thanks for hanging out, Jason. Hope you have a good rest of your weekend. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should wrap it up here sooner than that. I guess we'll see. I'm not sure how far away the Culture Festival is. We'll see once we're done with the midterms. Maybe we'll try and hang out with Naoto at least once or whatever. The sun is set, so you decide to go home. I could double check the calendar, actually. That'd probably be a good idea.
Oh, welcome back.
Because we are coming up on like 4 hours, so it wouldn't be a bad idea to wrap up here soon. Let's see. We're in October? Yeah, we're in October now. Oh, I have to reload. Sorry, I have to reload. I forgot. I need to do fusion today. Oh wait, that was the wrong thing. Thank goodness I save stated for the exams. Holy cow. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna... Well, time to break out the I messed up playlist. Why start that way? You wanted to play 3, 4, and 5 in order? Yeah, I saw somebody playing 3 and it looked interesting, so I played a little bit of it off stream. Got like a month or 2 in, realized I was missing out on a lot with the social link mechanics, did a bunch of research, started playing it on stream. Also, I didn't, this was before 5 was out on PC. And I didn't obviously own 5. And, I don't know, I just watched somebody play P3 and it seemed interesting to me. And it was something I could emulate fairly easily. Back at the time, I think I still was playing and streaming off a laptop. It was a decent laptop, but it's not like I could have, like, emulated 5 or anything. Alright. I didn't even speed up. Why did I... Okay. Hold on, let me just... But yeah, I messed up, so okay. I had to kick something out. We finished, okay. I can kick out this. Justice and Priestess, okay. But yeah, also it made sense for me to play 3, 4, and 5 in order. And so I played 3. The PC port of Golden was out at that time. already, so I played the PC port of Golden a little bit after I played P3, and then I didn't play any P5 for a while after that, for like a year or so, just because I didn't have a good way of playing it. And then I got back into it with P5 Royal when that came out on Steam and everything. That's a good question, Strife. I think so too, but like some people will have a harder time with the PS2 stuff. There are mods now if you want to add back in manual skill inheritance or manual party control. It'll make the game a lot easier than it was intended to be, but the original, like, P3 Fez is already a kind of harder game compared to 4 or 5, so maybe that's fine. Up to you whether you want to do that or not for your first playthrough. I think there's a lot of cool things about 3. Back in the day, before a reload, I would have said, play P3 Fez for your first playthrough, and then save portable for, like, what if you want to go back and do a second playthrough for the FemC. Nowadays, I don't know. I really wish Reload had given us a combined version of P3 Portable and Fez, as well as, like, maybe updating combat a little bit. Like, even if they still had the same, like, bad 3G balancing, if they at least gave us FemC and new animated cutscenes for, like, the Awakening and, like, all that stuff, if they had done that, I would still say that your best bet is probably just to play Reload. But now they've made a third version of Persona 3 that has its own benefits and disadvantages, and wow, we really didn't need that. Because, like, before, it was, like, a debate whether or not you recommend P3 or Fez or P3 Portable to people. And now it's, like, a debate between all three. I think it depends on what you're going for. If you want a game that's closer to Persona 5, I would play P3R. If you want a game, if you're fine with the older PS2 games, and you're okay with that, and you want to try something that's, like, maybe a bit more old school, and you're okay with that, go ahead and try P3 Fest to see where it all started. And then I guess if you really like Persona 4 Golden and you don't want to deal with if you want things to be a little bit easier but you don't want to mod the original P3 Fez, or you just want to see FemC, go and play P3 Portable. But I would recommend, honestly, emulating Persona 3 Portable rather than paying for the Steam port, unless you want to mod it to, like, fix it to be better, because P3 Portable's Steam port is Imagine if Atlas in a year or so launched an update with FemC route for Reload. You mean DLC? You mean DLC? Another $20 or $30 DLC. But no, they said that they're not going to do that. Their excuse was it was a remake of P3 Fez. You've played P3R with that in mind. I wonder if I bother with Fez. Probably not, unfortunately. I would say maybe watch the animated cutscenes. I think those are fun. I think you should go seek out, like, a YouTube compilation of, like, all the animated cutscenes and maybe check those out. And then maybe if you want to, either wait for the FemC mod to be finished and play again with that later down the line when you want to go back and replay the games, or play Persona 3 Portable and play the FemC route for that. If you play Portable, its balancing is a lot closer, obviously, to the original Persona 3 Fez. It just adds in skill cards. I think it still has random skill inheritance, but it was the first Persona game to have skill cards. And it was kind of supposed to offset having random skill inheritance, where, yeah, you had random skills, but if you really wanted to make a good Persona, you could through the skill card system. So, I would say, like, yeah, I would say probably, if you really want to, go for it, but I would say your best bet is probably to play Portable for the FemC route and try that out and see the new content there, and maybe, like, look up the cutscenes for Persona 3 Fez. I like Persona 3 Fez a lot, but if you've already played Persona 3R, it's hard to recommend it, like, playing another, like, 60-hour version of Persona 3. And I would never recommend Persona 3 Fez as the answer. Just watch the cutscenes for that. Or like watch a compilation on YouTube or something, because the gameplay of that is very difficult and very frustrating. Because it's harder than the base game. You have to start over from basically scratch. You don't get to carry over your progress from the base game, and there's no compendium. So especially when you can't control your party. Yeah, it's not... The first time I played through, I didn't use... I used party control, manual party control mod. I've since gone back and tried playing through the game without party control, and it can be more frustrating at times. The system for commanding people isn't bad, and it's kind of interesting. And I get why they wanted to do that, to make you feel like you're leading a group of individual people rather than puppeteering them. But I don't think it worked out super well. It just adds an unnecessary layer of combat where you have to like try and direct your party members to do what you want rather than just getting them to act competently and do what you need them to do. But it's just, yeah. No compendium. Yeah, for the answer, the original version of the answer doesn't have a compendium, and its boss design is even more tricky and annoying to deal with than base game Persona 3 Fez, which already has some fairly difficult Tartarus bosses. And you have no manual party control as well. So it can get very frustrating. Like, for example, like there'll be bosses in the original answer that they have a weakness, but they'll have evade skills. And you're supposed to hit the weakness, but they have, you know, you have to like roll the dice and like hope you get lucky with it. Also, if it's a physical skill and you miss, you know, you fall over and lose a turn. Why on earth would they remove compendium? I assume it was just a gameplay or like a limitation of the PS2 stuff. Like they probably couldn't have two full compendiums separately for the PS2 game. Or maybe they just didn't have enough time to figure that out for the re-release of Fez. Because keep in mind, the answer was cut out of Persona 3 Portable entirely to avoid A, dealing with like having to do new stuff for FemC, and also B, just for file size like limitations, trying to put it on a Vita, you know. That's also why the 3D environments were removed and everything for the overworld, and only Tartarus has 3D environments. Instead, it has a more visual novel style to its overworld, where it has like 2D images for like walking around town and everything. It's not bad, but it's definitely a different change. It does make getting around a lot faster though, because it's a lot quicker to like scroll over a 2D image than walk around a 3D environment. But you do miss out on some stuff. That's why in the past I would have suggested playing Persona 3 Fez first, and then like doing Persona 3 Portable's FemC route for a second playthrough. Because you do miss out on a lot with Persona 3 Portable if you've never played the game before. Where you miss out on like all the 3D environments and like the little 3D cutscenes and I think some of the animated cutscenes, I think some are in Portable, but I can't remember. No, Katone has the same, Katone goes the same way. They just removed the answer for both male and female in Portable for file size limitations. The deadlines in Metaphor are short. Yeah, Metaphor takes place over the course of like 8 months or so instead of a full year, like most of the Persona games do. Honestly, I kind of wish it took place over a longer period of time and you visited a couple more cities so they could like space out the story a bit more. Honestly, I think there's at least one dungeon that was probably cut during development of the game because it has been in development for a really long time. So it does feel a little bit short. It makes me worried that we're gonna get a Metaphor re-Fantasio in like a few years, and they're gonna want like $80 or $90 for it. And like it'll just be like actually finishing the game and like putting stuff in that was always supposed to be in there. To be fair, they kind of did the same thing with Vengeance, but they also added new stuff with Vengeance and like ported it to new platforms and like did a lot of stuff with Vengeance, so. Oh, I already have Angel. Okay. So what I'm doing here, by the way, is I'm just trying to make the lowest level of this that I can. Because it should be... Yeah, Masked Dancer is a Persona reference. There's also a entire archetype called the Seeker eventually turns into a Soul Hacker, which is also a reference to another Atlas series. And there's also a Devil Summoner archetype that you'll get eventually as well, that summons either enemies from Metaphor or demons from the SMT series, including voice lines of them saying like Jack Frost or Beelzebub or whatever. And so there's a bunch of fun voice lines for everybody of them saying like those demon names. A little bit of a spoiler, but I won't say like when or where you get it. So this game gets ridiculously hard. I'm at the temple right now. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to say. That's part of the reason why I want to do that challenge run, is because I really don't know what the balancing of the game is. I will say it's harder than the Persona games for sure. It's interesting that they chose the press turn system. You have to, yeah, there it is, repel fire. The current oh shoot, I gotta go back in and register that Ipendantara a minute. Yeah. The forecast for today is any personas that are fused with Justice and Priestess get repel fire. So I just wanted to make the lowest level version of that so I could just fuse it onto Pixie later for obvious reasons, to cover her, you know, fire weakness. I might be able to get repel fire another way as well. I didn't double check that, but this is a pretty easy way to get it without having to level up like a level 50 something demon or whatever, or sorry, persona. So there we go, Ipendantara with repel fire. That'll be easy to pass down to Pixie later. And then I need to get Enduring Soul. Yeah, it is a really good one. It is a really good one. There's some really good fusion forecasts in this game, but you don't really have to use them too much in Golden because you could get that from a skill card or something. Not sure why you would make Stroll a healer, to be honest with you. He's a good physical attacker. You could make him a tank, but I wouldn't really make him a healer. If I don't remember his magic stat being particularly high. I guess he has a decent amount of MP and stuff, but Golden makes things a lot easier. It does. It does. We've been over this multiple times, but yeah. I tried the Victory Cry mutation, but got fed up without doing save states. Fair enough. Yeah. There's also one for Garuda where he gets Spellmaster in like a week or whatever. So I'll have to keep that in mind. But the next time I make Pixie, it's going to be on a day where any personas made with magician personas get a random extra electric skill, which will be very useful for Pixie. So basically what I'm going to try and do is get Enduring Soul, Repel Fire, and Garudyne on her, and then we can probably reroll until she gets like something like Zeodyne or Maziodyne, and that'll be really useful for our final build of Pixie. There are some other cool fusion forecasts in the game, but nothing that'll be that good for Pixie, so. Yeah. I know, just like trying to get skills on Pixie has been a huge pain. It would be even worse without save states. Because with the save states, at least I can save the rolls. where like I can roll for 2 hours and then just pick the best one. But without save states, it'd be even harder. All right, let's go talk to the death lady again. I'm just gonna kind of skip through it because I just did it. Yeah, we'll switch to Hulkenberg into a healer since she's tanky. Yeah, she is. Wrong place. Yeah, I kind of want to see this game on an original CRTV. I really do have to transfer over the save to my PlayStation 2 for this once I'm done with the playthrough. Maybe mess around with it. I want a way of recording the CRTV, but I haven't found a good way of doing it, unfortunately.
My.
I've tried messing around with my phone camera, but it just doesn't work out too well. I don't have enough like control over its shutter. Maybe if I had a newer phone. My phone's actually been getting kind of bad. Its battery like tends to not last the entire day. Like I'll have to plug it back in later. So I could do with a new phone, but that also means like I would need to buy a new phone, which I don't have the money for right now. So these PS2 Persona games look really good in 1080p IMO. I think they do too. Like I said, I think Golden didn't really need a remake. It'll be cool to see, but I don't think it really needed it. I'm pretty happy with it. I know I have a friend who's big a stickler on graphics. Like one of their favorite games that came out in like the last little while is Cyberpunk. And they really love like graphics and stuff, and they're into 3D modeling, and they have a hard time going back to some of these like older PS2 games and stuff. But I personally am fine with them. I started playing games early enough where it doesn't matter to me. My first games were like the original Pokemon and like Halo, which is still fairly along in video games as a whole, but nowadays is especially early on. So going back to games like this isn't really too much of a bother for me. That and Command and Conquer, so. Let's see, it's Sunday. I think we were just reading, yeah. But I just want to see what some of the effects for battle and everything look like on a CRTV. They held up fine. Yeah, I think they do. I think more than anything, it's more just an art style thing than a graphics thing. Right? Like, Okami looks really good, even on the original version of it. Even with all the remasters and everything, like, people still love that game and everything. I guess it just kind of depends on, like, when you started playing and what your tolerance is for, like, lower, like, what you care about. I do think that art style trumps pretty much anything, though. Like, there are definitely a lot of games that look really good, even on the Xbox 360 and everything, that I think look better than some games that come out nowadays. Have I played Nocturne? I played the HD version of it. I've played Nocturne HD, like, start of last year, and then I played 5 Vengeance when it came out. I played 4 earlier this year, and I'm gonna play 4A probably after Rideout, that or Q2. I'm gonna play 4A later this year, so. Yeah. And then I'm going to start working my way backwards, I think, through the rest of Atlus's games once I've caught up on Persona stuff. Because I've got Q2, and then, like, I'm caught up on Persona games outside of the dancing game. I played the fighting game as well, and, like, all the other P5 spin-offs and everything. I guess there's also the mobile game, which I'll play a little bit, but I want to play Strikers. Strikers is really good. I really like Strikers. I think it has a better story than the original P5, in my opinion. Or at least P5 Royal. And, I think the gameplay is really, really good. It's the best Musou game I've ever played. Although the only other comparison I have is the Legend of Zelda first one, Hyrule Warriors. It's a really good game. I enjoy it quite a bit. I know, high praise. I just think that it does a lot better fleshing out some of the party members that don't get enough screen time in the original Persona 5, and the new characters are really good, and the gameplay is really good. So I want to go back and do the like hard difficulty New Game Plus run of it at some point, because I didn't get all the way through that again, because I didn't want to replay it all the way like right after beating it. But I do want to go back and do that at some point. Okay. But yeah, I like Strikers quite a bit. Obviously. Although saying that I like it better than Persona 5's original story may not be too much of an indication of how much I like it, because I find that Persona 5 story is a good story, but it's not told very well, in my opinion. I got too many games up the backlog at the moment. Yeah.
It's finally over.
Remind me, I think we're going to wrap up Persona 4 here, but before I go, let me show you what my backlog looks like at the moment. Chi and Yukiko are completely absorbed in reviewing the exam.
I pulled an all-nighter last night, so I'm ready to collapse any second now. I'm gonna head home. See you later.
See ya, Yosuke. Yosuke left. At last, the long midterms are finally over. Classes have ended for today. Since you have no leads, you must wait until the criminal takes action. Alright, let's hang out with somebody. The long week of testing has finally ended. Let's hang out with someone one more time, and then I'll save during the night here. And then we'll pick back up next weekend, try and get to heaven and everything. We should probably hang out with Ayane. Do I have a persona for Sun? Unless we can start hanging out with Naoto a minute, or at least start working towards it, because I think you have to do a couple of things to get to Naoto. So I like the side flashback, except that spoils what the whole next target for the Van Thieves is. Shoot, I'm trying to think. Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. I think my biggest problem with Persona 5's story is the way it's told. It's very over-explainy, and it, kind of like, I feel like it talks down to me a lot. Personally. Like, for example, with the whole, fake out with Joker getting shot and everything, it explains it literally 3 or 4 times right after it happens. Like, I think they explain it once to Sae, and then they explain it again later, and then you can talk to Futaba and she will explain everything to you again. Like, they explain it 3 or 4 times. And unlike with Adachi here, I don't feel like the heel turn with well, I'll just, spoilers I guess for P5, but we're talking about the story for it, so I don't feel like the heel turn with Akechi makes repeat playthroughs as interesting, because here with Adachi repeat playthroughs you can like see him like kind of pulling the strings and like conniving a little bit and like kind of like messing with the protagonist and his friends and the and Dojima, but you don't really get any of that with the heel turn in P5. Like, there are a few things, like you can be like, oh, he said the pancakes thing, but that's about it. So I just don't think it adds as much. And it feels a little repetitive after P4. I think the royal content too was like a little hit or miss. Some of it's fun, like having the new party member and being able to get Akechi's alternate form as a party member. And they did okay. The villain is good. It's a good sympathetic villain, but Sumeri was kind of Nah. That's unfortunate. But pretty common, unfortunately, in with the internet and stuff. I caught on fairly early, I think, to Adachi, like about halfway through the game or something, partially because of the social link with him. I think the social link does kind of clue you in a bit more, because like here in the original version of P4, you can't like hang out with him, and so he is like kind of a side character, and so you could reasonably like think he's not too important to the plot until like late in the game, where he starts to tip his hand a bit too much. Hey, did you hear? The new TV news came to the school where I work. This distinguished politician gave an award to one of my students. He was saying how polite and quiet my student was. No, it wasn't one of my students, though. Or one of the students, my bad. But I'm still proud of my school. I wonder if it'll be me in the news soon. Grandfather's in a pretty good mood, isn't he? I know why, though. A politician came to give a special award to an elementary student here. It was on TV. I wonder what was so special about that child. Makes me a little proud to live here, actually. It's a great day, Sashiyuko-san. Let's have Sasami. Didn't we just have that a little while ago? Oh, right. Nanako got an award. Oh, I forgot about that. Ever since I heard that there's no beef cows around here, something has been bothering me. Oh, yeah, we heard that before. Oh, that's funny, because I think that technically hasn't happened on TV yet. I think that happens soon, but it hasn't technically happened yet. But the dialogue swapped over because of the date. My big sis gets angry when I go outside. She's real serious about it. If you're finished with your errands, then go away, she was saying. She's loud, too. Fog is pretty intense, huh? Makes so you can't see anything. Can't see anything. Anything at all. It's kind of nice. I want to check the dialogue with the shop vendors too a minute. But yeah, no, my backlog is insane. I've been trying to manage it a bit more, but... It's fall already. Maybe I should bring in some new items. Maybe some dried persimmons? No, maybe Matsutake mushrooms? Don't you worry, I may be old, but I'm still in touch with the times. Aye. I'm still not quite sure how to do that laugh. I think it's aye. Something like that. I talked to my neighbors and they said that having this much fog is out of the ordinary. I haven't been living here that long, so I wouldn't know. But everyone seems to be uneasy recently. But saying that's poison, that's just paranoid. You have to expect that out here in the country. My cousin's been released, so I don't need to be waiting for the bus to take me to the hospital. But that's not the end. I need to go over to my cousin's place once in a while. I have to show my face or I get lonely. Or you'll get lonely too. It's fun seeing that guy go from like, oh, I have to go visit my cousin in the hospital to be a good, family member, to, it's kind of nice actually visiting my cousin in the hospital too. I think I've actually become very good friends with my cousin through this. It's cool to see that progression with him. And the depths of fall, the smell of iron, with the color of dead leaves. Pretty good poetry, right? It's nothing complicated. Just a little something about my life. Well, whatever. Enough poetry. You got materials for me? What I said just now. That wasn't supposed to be a poem. Yeah. I think you mentioned that, like you kind of, maybe it was you or somebody else, but somebody mentioned that they weren't going to be able to max out Marie in time. and they were pretty annoyed by that because they didn't want to replay the whole game just for the last dungeon and stuff. You heard it too? About that kid who got praised by a politician? Kind of a shocker, he was just a grade schooler, huh? I guess even this town's got some amazing kids. But those are the ones that leave for the city at first chance they get. That sucks. Oh, I should grab a sun persona for INA a minute. And go hang out with her. I need to rank her up so I can get more XP on some personas that have like growth skills and stuff. Especially since the first one that has growth 3 is, well, I guess it won't matter here soon, but it'll still be useful for getting Tamlin Enduring Soul, which I need to do for Pixie. I'll need to remember to go in, I think. Yeah, because the, oh, I forgot to check the calendar, didn't I? Gosh darn it. Hold on, I need to check that calendar. There it is. Calendar. No, not the actual P4 themed calendar. The P4 calendar. Thank you. Okay. So it's the 20th. So midterms just ended. We can't do anything tonight. Okay. I think we get the... Okay. Maybe I should just save here and call it for today. Yeah. And then stuff happens around the end of the month. I think somebody disappears, right? So, and then November starts. And what day is the, Okay. So, and then there's the deadline for completing... Okay. So yeah, I think we'll probably go through most of the Heaven dungeon without remaking Pixie, and then I'll have to remake her afterwards, or get the stuff ready to remake her ready for that. And that's fine. In fact, there's a rainy day even, like, right before the day that I want to remake Pixie for that fusion forecast, so could go in on that day if I need to. Alright. I just wanted to make sure I'd get a chance to, like, level up and get stuff situated for Pixie, the last version of Pixie. I think we're at rank 6 or whatever of INA. It's easy to miss. It's very easy to miss, yeah. I can't imagine trying to get that without the help of the internet or chat or anything back as a kid. It'd be very, very easy to miss unless you were paying pretty close attention. Because you only see that NPC once at the start and then only on rainy days. So you have to kind of put 2 and 2 together. That, like, there might be something up with that. Also, you have to, like, specifically say that you don't want to leave, I think, right? You have to, like, go out of your way to, like, make sure you say no. Where you might think that the game's just trying to say, hey, do you want to do anything else before you go? You have to specifically, like, think, no, there's something else going on here, and talk to, like, that NPC in particular. Alright, let me just save. I think we'll, because I won't be able to save tonight, so. In-game. I think we'll just wrap it up for today. Ooh, boy. Yeah, it's already been 4.5 hours. That's fine. Ooh. But yeah, there's a huge gap between Naoto getting rescued and the next disappearance, obviously. We're getting there, though. I think we're about halfway through that gap, so... Because we did have to get through, like, from the deadline of Naoto to when... Yes, backlog, yeah. Let me bring that up real quick. I should probably bring it up over here, actually. I think I have, yeah. So if you've never seen this, chat's kind of gonna be kind of funky. Here, let me zoom in. So this is my spreadsheet for keeping track of my backlog. I bring this up at the end of every year at this point for the last couple of years. and I kind of like plan out the next year or so of games I'm gonna play. So this is this current year. This was like 2024, so these are all the games I finished and played in 2024. Some information about them, how long it took me to beat them, or how long I played them, I guess, because some of them I didn't finish, right? Some scores on them and everything, when I played them, when I started them, when I finished them. And then here's 2023 as well. I've been doing this for a couple of years now. And then here is the list of all the games I think it would be fun to play at some point. And how long it'll take me to beat them. My estimated amount of time, 25 years before I catch up on all this. If I chose to beat all of them. I suppose if I probably won't try and beat all of them. Some I'll probably try for a few hours and not really play. Back when I first started, I actually got rid of like a bunch of these. I got rid of 50 games the other day because I went through all the ones I didn't own and crossed some of them off. But there's quite a few here I already own that I bought on like Steam sales or whatever. Or I have like for free on Epic Games or whatever. Or you could emulate, right? So. Yeah. So, been trying to work through some of that stuff. Yeah, so that's how I've been keeping track of my backlog for like the last couple of years now. So. Yup. That is what my backlog looks like. Again, I probably won't play through like all of that entirely. Like I'll probably try some of those games and not play through all the way, but I don't know, there's a lot of stuff on here like Grand Theft Auto, right? Some of the Final Fantasy games. I've never played the Half-Life games. Actually, I think I played these. I might be able to take these off at some point. What else we got here? Some RPGs like Live Alive, Luigi's Mansion, Max Payne, some Mech Assault stuff, Metal Gear Solid stuff, right? Octopath Traveler, Pikmin games, some Pokemon stuff I haven't gotten around to. Some of the Stalker games, the Shadow of Colossus. Try out some of the Spyro games, Star Ocean. Never played Stardew Valley. Never tried Binding of Isaac. There's some Zelda games I haven't played through. What else we got here? Ultra Kill, Valhalla, Cyberpunk Bar Action, you know, the Valkyria Chronicle games, Wolfenstein, Doom. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff here. The Tales of games, right? So, yeah, there's always more and more games to play. I'm sure, like I said, some of these I'm going to try and play for like a couple hours and be like, and just move on with my life. But there's a lot of games here that are really, really good and that I'll probably want to play through all the way through at least once, right? So. Anyway. But yeah. So it's been kind of fun though, because then I tried doing a video where I went through all the games I played off stream and everything. And it went okay. It's like 2 hours long, I think, or something like that. It took me like a few months to make. I don't think it was worth it. It didn't get too many views because, yeah, it honestly wasn't that well edited. It just took me a while to sift through all the footage, and I'm not very good at making videos yet, so it just took a while. I think instead what I'm going to do this year is I'm just going to make a tier list of all the games I played on and off stream, and that'll be a lot easier because I'll just, you know, have a few things like say a few sentences about each game and kind of rank them, and it'll be more digestible, and then I could just clip that, add some gameplay of like whatever game I'm talking about, and it'll be a lot easier. But yeah. And then I also like to do that and then like, you know, make a new list. So like the current list we made together on stream, where I had some stuff that I wanted to put on there to play myself off stream or whatever, or games I was looking forward to playing when they came out this year. And then, you know, I let chat suggest some things and kind of pick some things and said like, is there anything you really want to see, you know, streamed or whatever that's not like just Atlas stuff. So yep. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of getting to the point, right, where we're reaching a saturation point, just like books and movies have already for a long time, where you can't like watch everything or read everything, even in a genre, where we're starting to get to that point with video games. Like, even if you say like really like RTS games, even though RTS is not a super popular genre now, it used to be. And so there's a lot of like RTS games you could try and like not play all of them. And even if you did say spend like 20-30 years and you played every single RTS game that is currently out and is like releasing, there are still plenty of mods for RTS games. You could replay them on different difficulties, right? And that's just RTS games. RTS games aren't getting a ton of new big AAA releases nowadays. But yeah. Butterfly Kiss, yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know. Got a limited time on this earth. I have thought that I've been spending too much time playing video games lately. So, life is a marathon, not a sprint, though. So, that's weird. Because I just said that, like, you know, you only have so much time on this earth, but I also said that, like, you know, you have time on this earth. I guess that's both true, right? You can't live life as a sprint anyway, because you'll just burn yourself out. Like, I could do nothing but play video games for, like, the next, I don't know, 3 years, but then I wouldn't have any money, and, you know, I probably would be lacking certain skills, or I wouldn't be the best use of my time. The nice thing about video games is it's a hobby, for the most part, I can do until I'm, like, just old. Like, there are some games, like the DMC stuff, where I'm like, I should probably play those before I'm in my 30s or whatever, because I won't be able to, like, move my hands as well probably when I get in my 30s and 40s. But, like, RPGs and stuff, dude, I could be, like, 45 and I could still be playing Persona 3 Fez, man. Like, it's not like that takes a lot of, like, dexterity. The most dexterous thing is probably just, like, getting advantage in combat, so that's kind of nice about RPGs and stuff, right? Anyway, I think that's going to do it for me today. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Strife, Alex, Coltrot, Gold, Jason, I think left, PK Fire, Darth, Galactic Corgi, Chill Guy. Anybody else lurking or watching back on the VOD, I hope you're all having a good weekend. I hope you guys have a good week and everything. I think, I'm not sure if I'm going to stream every single day again this week. I think I probably should, because I want to play some more SMT5 Vengeance. So it'll probably be a similar schedule to how this week went. I'll think about it. I'll let you guys know probably sometime later today or tomorrow. But yeah, at the very least, I'm definitely streaming more Yakuza this Tuesday, and then I'll probably stream on the weekend. Or, well, yes, I will stream on the weekend. I'll stream Persona 4 next weekend, so yeah, maybe I'll see you for either of those. Either way, I hope you guys all have a good one, and in case I don't see you, Hope you have a good afternoon, good evening, and good night. See you guys.